Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first thing I noticed was the silence of the birds. My window, a great rectangle of smudged glass and peeling white paint, looked out onto a courtyard that should have been a riot of sparrows and starlings at this hour. The old oak tree that scraped its branches against the pane was empty. There was no rustle, no chirp, no frantic flutter of wings, just the low, gray hum of the city beyond the hospital walls and the distant, mechanical sigh of the ventilation system. It was a small thing, an absence so minor it should have been meaningless, but in this place of measured heartbeats and sanitized smells, it felt like a portent. Something was missing from the world, and the world had not yet bothered to adjust. My own body was a testament to absence, the absence of strength in my legs, which lay like forgotten lumber under the stiff sheets. The absence of the badge I had carried for 20 years, a weight I felt more now that it was gone. A bullet from a panicked kid in a bodega had done what decades of cynicism and city grit could not. It had laid me low, pinning me to this bed, this room, this view of a silent tree. They told me I might walk again with time and therapy. They used words like probable and potential. I heard the spaces between those words, the silent, echoing or not. Frida came in then, a woman built of quiet efficiency and the faint scent of antiseptic and lavender hand cream. She moved through the room not like a ghost, but like a curator in a museum of decay, adjusting a drip, noting a number on a chart, her presence both a comfort and a reminder of my captivity. "No birds today," I said, my voice a dry rustle. She didn't look up from the chart, it's the hawk. A red tail, he's been nesting on the roof, clears the place out. They race smarter than we are. They know when a predator is near. A predator is near, the phrase stuck in the air between us. I was a detective, or had been. My job was to find the predators, to name them, to cage them. Now I was the one in the cage, and the only predator I could hunt was a ghost. It was Joe, my old friend from university days, who brought me the ghost. He arrived every Tuesday, a bag of books and photocopies slung over his shoulder, his eyes alight with the fervor of the academic. He had escaped the practical world for the theoretical, and he seemed all the healthier for it. "I brought you a project, Cecil," he said, spilling a cascade of paper onto my bedside table. A real one, not just busy work, a 500-year-old murder mystery. The papers were filled with the dense, black script of medieval Latin and English translations. At their center was a face, reproduced from a woodcut. King Caspar VII of Ethelgard, Cash. He had a weak chin and sorrowful eyes, a face built for tragedy, not tyranny. The history books, the ones written by the victors, called him Caspar the Cruel. His alleged crime was the most monstrous imaginable. The systematic murder of a dozen of his own noble children, his rivals, suffocated in their beds over a single bloody autumn. He was deposed, imprisoned, and executed by his cousin, who founded a new dynasty that ruled for 3 centuries. The case was closed. The monster was identified. Justice of a sort was served. "They say he did it," Joe said, his finger tapping the mournful face. "But read the primary accounts. Read the chronicles of the court historians. The thing is, Cecil, it doesn't add up. It feels manufactured." So I began, with nothing but my mind and the papers Joe provided. I started my last investigation. Frida would find me staring at the same page for an hour, my breakfast congealing on the tray. She'd declick her tongue and adjust my pillows. chasing phantoms again, Inspector. They ray the only ones who can run away from me, I reply. The evidence was a tapestry of whispers and shadows. The official narrative was penned by two men, Brother Thomas, a monastic chronicler, and Lord Valerius, the new king's chief propagandist. Their accounts were vivid, theatrical. They described Kaspar's descent into madness, his paranoid rages, his cold-blooded commands. They quoted him saying things no king would ever say aloud. The prose was too clean, the villainy too absolute. It was a character assassination painted in broad, garish strokes. Then there were the other voices, the fragments Joe had unearthed from forgotten archives and private letters. A diary from a lady-in-waiting who wrote of the king's quiet grief after the first child died of a sudden fever. A dispatch from a foreign ambassador, confused by the rumors, noting that Kaspar seemed genuinely bewildered by the accusations. A bill of sale for a large quantity of a rare, fast-acting poison, purchased not by the king, but by the household of his cousin, the man who would take his throne. I lived in 2 centuries at once. The smell of my sterile room would fade, replaced by the imagined scent of rushes on a stone floor of wood smoke and unwashed wool. The beep of the heart monitor became the tolling of a distant bell. I traced lines of logic through the parchment dust. Why kill all the children? It created too many enemies, unified the nobility against him. A smarter tyrant would have picked them off one by one over years with plausible excuses. The method, suffocation, was intimate, messy. A knife in a dark alley, a fall from a horse, these were the tools of political murder. This was different. This was meant to horrify. This was a story being told. It was a coup, I said to Joe during one of his visits. The hawk was outside again. I saw its shadow sweep across the courtyard. A brilliantly executed one. They didn't just kill a king, they killed his memory. They turned him into a monster to justify their own theft. Joe nodded, his face serious. Power isn't just about who sits on the throne, Cecil. It's about who controls the story. The new king, his council, they were the political power. They needed a clean break, a reason so terrible that no one would ever question their right to rule. So they took a series of tragic, likely natural deaths, and they wove them into a narrative of monstrous evil. They made Kaspar the author of his own destruction. Frida listened to us sometimes, standing by the window, her arms crossed. She was a woman of the present, of blood pressure and bedpans. And what does it matter now? She asked one evening, her voice not unkind but practical. The man is dust. The kingdom is gone. What justice can you find for him? I looked at her, at the fine lines around her eyes, the weary slope of her shoulders. It's not about justice for him, I said, and the truth of it was only just dawning on me. It's about the lie. If this lie could be built so perfectly, so permanently, what others are we living inside? The final piece came not from a chronicle, but from an inventory. A list of items seized from the royal apartments after Kaspar's arrest. Among the gold plates and the velvet cloaks was a single curious entry, one small chest of yew wood containing sundry papers and a child's silver rattle. The rattle was noted as being engraved with a crest, the crest of the first child who had died. Kaspar had not destroyed the mementos, he had kept them. A monster who suffocates his victims does not keep a token of his first sin locked away like a treasure. A grieving father does. I had my proof. It was circumstantial, a ghost of a whisper, but to a detective's mind it was as solid as a signed confession. The king was innocent. The history of a nation was a fabrication. The real crime was not murder, but the theft of a man's soul posthumously. I felt no triumph, only a profound and chilling emptiness. The case was solved. The predator was named. It was not a man, but a system. It was the cold, calculating machinery of power, a thing that could rewrite reality itself to serve its purpose. And I was left alone in my quiet room, with the silence of the birds and the hum of the machines keeping me alive. Frida found me like that, staring at the empty tree, the papers strewn around me like fallen leaves. She didn't speak. She just began to tidy, her movements slow and deliberate. She picked up the woodcut of Caspar, looked at his sad eyes for a long moment, and placed it face down on the table. "The hawk is gone," she said softly. "The birds will be back tomorrow." I turned my head to look at her. The light from the window caught the silver in her hair, and in that moment she was not just a nurse. She was a witness. She was the keeper of my own small, crumbling history in this white room. And I understood this was the mirror. This was the ending. I had spent my life, my career, hunting the truth. I had put men in cages based on evidence, on testimony, on the stories we told ourselves about guilt and innocence. I had believed in the narrative of my own profession, the good detective, the hunter of monsters. But what is a detective if not a kind of historian? We arrive after the fact. We sift through the debris. We listen to the witnesses who are always telling their own version of the story, shaped by fear, by self-interest, by the invisible pressure of powers they cannot name. We take these fragments and we build a case. We construct a truth. We decide who the monster is. How many of my own Caspars had there been? How many men had I helped to paint as monsters, their guilt a necessary story to maintain the order of things? The panicked kid in the bodega, his face a mask of terror, had I ever truly understood the story that led him there, the invisible forces that placed that gun in his hand? Or had I just seen another predator to be caged, another clean ending for the official record? I was not an impartial seeker of truth. I was a craftsman of convenient fictions. I was a part of the power. I looked at Frida and I saw the understanding in her eyes. She had known all along. She had seen the same machinery at work in the hospital, in the diagnoses that defined a life, in the prognoses that limited a future. I did not gasp, I did not cry out. There was no shock, only the cold, quiet weight of a recognition that had been waiting for me all my life, finally settling into place. The case was closed, the king was innocent. And so, in a way I was only beginning to fathom, was the boy in the bodega. The only guilty party was the one telling the story. I turned my gaze back to the window. The courtyard was still empty, the branches of the oak tree stark against the fading light. I watched that empty space and I waited, not for the birds to return, but for the silence to finally tell me its name. The name of the silence was complicity. It was the quiet hum of the machine I had served, the unspoken agreement that some truths were too costly to uncover, some narratives too essential to disrupt. My life's work was a monument built on a foundation of necessary lies. The system required monsters to justify its own existence, and I had been its chief monster maker. Frida finished her tidying and stood by the bed, her hands resting on the metal rail. She didn't tee off her platitudes or ask if I was all right. She simply waited, a solid presence in the dissolving world. "I need a pen," I said, my voice clearer than it had been in weeks, "and paper." She brought them from the drawer without question, a cheap ballpoint and a pad of hospital stationery, the tools of a new confession. I did not write an apology. I did not draft a letter to the parole board for the bodega kid, whose name I had to look up in my own foggy memory, Miguel Reyes. Such a gesture would be another story, a neat tale of redemption for a dying cop, another lie. Instead, I began to write down everything I remembered about the Miguel Reyes case. Not the official version from the reports, but the details that had been sanded away to fit the narrative. The landlord's predatory eviction notices ID ignored. The loan shark's enforcers ID known were operating with impunity in that neighborhood. The way Miguel's older brother had vanished into the prison system 2 years prior, a fact noted in the file and then forgot. I wrote about the pressure ID felt from the commissioner's office for a quick, clean closure after a spate of bad press. I wrote about how I had selected Miguel as the most plausible monster, and how the evidence, once viewed through that lens, had obligingly arranged itself to condemn him. I wrote not to absolve him of pulling the trigger, but to implicate the world that had armed him. I was building a different kind of case file, one that indicted the storyteller. Days bled into one another, marked only by the turning of pages and the scratching of my pen. Joe came and I showed him what I was doing. He read the first few pages, his academic detachment falling away, replaced by a grim, sober respect. "This is the real history," he said quietly, "the one that never gets written down." "It's being written now," I said. Frida was my courier. She made copies on the hospital photocopier when the administration office was empty, slipping the originals into a large envelope she kept in her locker. She never read a word, but she understood its weight. She was archiving the evidence of my awakening. The physical therapy sessions began to take on a new character. The grim endurance of it was no longer just about maybe walking again. It was about having the strength to finish the testimony. My body was no longer a prison. It was a tool that needed to be functional enough to complete one last, crucial task. One afternoon, as I was struggling to shift my weight from the bed to the wheelchair, my legs screaming in protest, I looked up and saw a single sparrow land on a branch of the oak tree. It hopped once, twice, its head cocked, then let out a tentative chirp. The sound was shockingly loud in the quiet room. A moment later, another joined it. The hawk was truly gone. The world was resetting itself, filling the void. I felt no joy, only a sense of continuity. The small birds returned because the predator was absent. My own work was about creating a record, a small, persistent chirp in the vast silence of the official story. It would not change Miguel's fate. It would not topple any kingdoms, but it would exist. The final page was the hardest. I had to write my own name at the bottom of the document, not as the investigating officer, but as a co-conspirator in a system of narrative control. I signed it, Cecil Jones. Then I laid the pen down. The weight in my chest had not lessened, but it had transformed. It was no longer the weight of the badge or the bullet or the guilt. It was the weight of a truth, finally acknowledged. It was heavy, but it was mine. Frida took the envelope. "Is it done?" "It's done," I said. She nodded and placed it in her bag. "The birds are back," she said, glancing at the window. "Yes," I said, "they are." I turned my face toward the sound. It wasn't a happy sound, not really. It was just life, persistent and complicated and real, continuing on its own terms, oblivious to the stories we tell about it. And for the first time since I had been carried into that room, that felt like enough. I did not ask Frida where she would take the envelope. I trusted her with the truth, the way I had once trusted partners with my life. She left and the room was mine again, the chirping of the sparrows, a new, permanent feature of the atmosphere. The silence had been broken, not by an answer, but by a different, more honest kind of noise. A week passed. The investigation into my own life was closed. There was nothing to do but exist in the aftermath. I ate the bland food. I endured the physiotherapy, the slow, agonizing process of convincing my nerves and muscles to remember their purpose. The world outside the window began to change. A few buds appeared on the oak tree, tiny and green against the gray bark. Joe visited, but our conversations were different. We didn't talk of kings and coups. We talked about the fallibility of memory, the architecture of a just city, the way a single, overlooked pressure can fracture a life. We were no longer detective and researcher. We were just two old men trying to understand the machinery they had spent their lives maintaining. Then one Tuesday, Frida came in with the morning meds. Her face was its usual mask of professional calm, but her eyes held a flicker of something else. She didn't speak until she had checked my vitals. "A lawyer came to see me," she said, her voice low, even though we were alone. "A woman. She asked about Miguel Reyes." I said nothing. I just watched her, my heart a slow, heavy drum in my chest. She said an anonymous package had been delivered to her office, a lot of pages. She said it contained context. She called it mitigating evidence. Frida smoothed the sheet beside my arm, a habitual calming gesture. She asked, filing an appeal. The words hung in the air between us, not as a triumph, but as a fact. A stone had been dropped into a still pond, and the ripples were beginning to spread. I had not written the document to free Miguel Reyes. I had written it to condemn the system that created him. But the truth, once released, has its own purposes, its own consequences. It was no longer mine to control. "Thank you, Frida," I said. She gave a short, sharp nod. "The doctor is pleased with your progress. He says if you keep working, you might be able to use a walker soon. Get out of this room." I looked past her out the window. The sparrows were chasing each other through the branches, a frantic, joyful dance. The world was not a just place, it was not a kind place, but it was a real one, full of cause and effect, of action and consequence. I had spent a lifetime building cages of story. With my last bit of strength, I had tried to pick a lock. It was a small thing, it was everything. I looked back at Frida. "A walker," I said. "That sounds good." I had no grand plan for what I would do when I left this room. I was no longer a detective. I was not a historian. I was just a man with a damaged body and a cleared conscience. I would learn to walk again in a world where I finally understood that the most dangerous predators are not the ones in the shadows, but the stories we tell in the light. And that was a start. It was enough. The next time Joe visited, he brought no papers. Instead, he brought a small, potted plant with delicate purple flowers. He set it on the windowsill where it caught the morning light, a simple, living thing. He didn't mention the appeal. He didn't need to. We sat for a long time in a comfortable silence, watching the sparrows. The past had receded, its ghost finally laid to rest. The present was all that remained, this room, this quiet, this fragile, persistent life. My rehabilitation became my new investigation. Each shuffle with the walker was a clue to a different mystery, the mystery of my own body's capacity for repair. The pain was no longer a nemesis, but a witness, testifying to the damage done and the work of healing. Frida was my partner now, her hand a steadying presence on my elbow, her voice a quiet guide. Left, right, breathe, good. Weeks turned into a month. The buds on the oak tree outside unfurled into a canopy of green. I could make it to the window and back without my heart feeling like it would burst. One afternoon I stood there, gripping the walker, and saw a young couple sitting on a bench in the courtyard below. They were talking, their heads closed together, and then the woman laughed, a sound that carried all the way up to me. It was a sound utterly disconnected from my world of quiet realizations and historical reckonings. It was ordinary, it was beautiful. I realized then that my work was not just about picking the lock on Miguel Reyes' cage or on my own. It was about learning to see the world without the filter of the story I had always told myself about it. To see the couple on the bench not as bit players in some grand narrative of good and evil, but as people, complex and specific, living their own lives under the same vast, indifferent sky. The day I was scheduled for my first walk in the hospital gardens arrived with a soft spring rain. Frida helped me into a waterproof jacket and positioned me in front of the elevator doors. The journey down felt momentous. When the doors slid open, the air was different, heavy with the scent of wet earth and blooming things. I moved slowly, the rubber tips of my walker making soft thuds on the paved path. The rain was a fine mist on my face. I reached a bench under a large, dripping magnolia tree and carefully lowered myself onto it. Frida sat beside me, not speaking. I looked at my hands curled around the aluminum of the walker. They were old hands, spotted and thin, but they were mine. They had held a gun. They had signed a document that might change a life. They were capable of both. A single pink petal from the magnolia above drifted down and landed on my knee. I watched it for a moment, a perfect, transient thing. Then a slight breeze lifted it and carried it away into the damp grass. There were no more cases to solve, no more kings to vindicate. There was only this, the rain, the quiet company, the slow, steady work of being a man in the world. It was not an ending. It was a beginning, quiet and unceremonious, and it was entirely my own. The path back to the room felt longer than the path out. Each step was a conscious effort, a negotiation between my will and my body's stubborn limitations. But the weight I carried now was different. It was the manageable weight of fatigue. not the crushing burden of a hidden past. Back in the white room, the hum of the machines seemed quieter, less menacing. They were just machines again, not sentinels of my confinement. I slept that night without dreaming of woodcuts or silver rattles or the terrified face of a boy in a bodega. I simply slept. The following morning, a new doctor did his rounds, a young man with an earnest face. He reviewed my chart, nodded with professional approval, and spoke of discharge plans. He saw a patient making satisfactory physical progress. He did not see the tectonic shift that had occurred in the man inside the patient. That was fine. Some truths are not for official records. Joe came a final time before his research trip overseas. We shook hands, a firm, dry grip that conveyed more than words could. "I'll send you a postcard," he said, a faint smile on his lips, somewhere with no history at all. "There is no such place," I replied. "No," he agreed. "I suppose there isn't." He left, and I knew I would likely not see him again. Our collaboration was complete. The story of King Caspar was, for us, over. Its purpose had been served. The final days in the hospital were a study in mundanity. I filled out forms. I practiced with the walker until the corridors felt familiar. Frida worked her shifts, efficient and calm, but on my last day, she lingered after her duties were done. "The lawyer for Miguel Reyes," she said without preamble. "The appeal is proceeding. It will take time, but it is moving." I nodded. It was all I had hoped for, and less than he probably deserved. The wheels of justice, like those of history, turn slowly and often grind fine. She handed me a small, sealed envelope. "My number," she said, if you have trouble with the exercises." I took it, the paper warm from her hand. "Thank you, Frida, for everything." She gave me one of her rare, true smiles, a thing that reached her eyes and softened the weary lines around them. "Be careful out there, Cecil." Then she was gone, the swish of the door closing behind her, a final, soft period on that chapter of my life. An orderly helped me into a cab. I did not look back at the window or the oak tree or the room where I had been reborn. The cab pulled away from the curb, joining the flow of traffic. The city outside the window was loud, chaotic, and vibrantly alive. It was the same city I had policed for decades, but I was seeing it with new eyes. I was no longer its guardian, its storyteller. I was just a man in the back of a cab going home. My apartment was exactly as I had left it, yet utterly foreign. It was a museum of my former life. The dust was thick on the shelves. The commendations on the wall seemed like artifacts from a lost civilization. I stood for a long time in the silence, the only sound the distant wail of a siren, a sound that had once been a call to arms and was now just a noise. I made my way to the window and looked down at the street. People hurried past, their lives a tangled web of stories I would never know. I saw a young man helping an old woman with her groceries. I saw a couple arguing on the corner. I saw a child drop an ice cream cone and burst into tears. There were no monsters here, only people. Flawed, complicated, doing their best and their worst, trapped and freed by the stories they believed about themselves and the world. I turned from the window. The walker stood in the middle of the room, a stark, aluminum promise of a difficult future. My body ached with a deep, familiar tiredness. The journey was over. The journey was just beginning. I took a slow, deliberate breath, the air of my own home filling my lungs. It was time to learn how to live in it again. The first task was the dust. I ignored the walker for a moment, gripping the back of my armchair for support as I ran a finger along a shelf. The gray film came away on my skin, a tangible mark of time past, of a life suspended. It was not an accusation, but a simple fact. This would not be a swift return. It would be a reclamation, inch by inch. The phone rang later that evening, a jarring sound in the quiet. I let the machine answer, a relic from my old life. A reporter's voice, bright and insistent, asked for a comment on the Miguel Reyes appeal, citing newly discovered evidence. I listened, my hand resting on the receiver. I did not pick up. My statement was already written, filed away in a lawyer's office. My role was now one of silence. The days settled into a new, slower rhythm. Mornings were for the painful, meticulous exercises Frida had taught me. Afternoons were for the slow work of cleaning one small area at a time. I did not turn on the television. The news felt like a distant country whose language I no longer spoke. Instead, I listened to the sounds of the building, the plumbing groaning, the muffled conversations of neighbors. It was a different kind of silence from the hospital, populated and layered. One afternoon, I found the box. It was tucked away at the back of my closet, filled with old case files I had deemed personally significant, trophies from 100 victories. I lifted one out, the paper brittle and yellowed, the Andrew Shaw case, the first major arrest that had earned me my Detective S shield. I remembered the commendation, the handshake from the commissioner, the way the reporters had hung on my every word. I had been so sure of the story then, of the clean line from clue to culprit. Now sitting on the floor with my bad legs stretched out, I read the file again. I saw the gaps I had once glossed over. The witness who was never re-interviewed because her testimony was unreliable. The extenuating circumstances of the suspect's childhood, noted in a single paragraph and then ignored as irrelevant to the facts of the crime. I had not fabricated anything in the Shaw case, not like with Miguel Reyes, but I had curated the truth, shaping it into a weapon. I had built a monster because the city needed one to feel safe. I did not burn the files. That would have been another act of erasure, another story. Instead, I closed the box and pushed it back into the darkness of the closet. They were part of the record, too, evidence of my own evolution. Weeks turned into a month. I graduated from the walker to a cane. The world opened up a few more feet around me. I began to walk to the corner store, a journey that took 20 minutes for a distance I once would have covered in 2. The owner, a man named Samir, started to recognize me. He didn't know I was a retired cop. He just saw an old man with a cane who bought milk and bread. He would hold the door for me. It was a small kindness, offered without any narrative attached. I was on my way back from his store one Tuesday, the cane tapping a steady rhythm on the pavement, when I saw her. She was standing on the steps of my apartment building, a woman in a severe black coat, holding a briefcase. She had the patient, determined posture of someone who had been waiting for some time. "Mr. Jones," she said as I approached. Her voice was the one from my answering machine. I stopped leaning on the cane. Yes. "I am Anya Sharma. I am Miguel Reyes' appellate lawyer." She did not offer her hand, perhaps sensing my precarious balance. I was hoping we could talk. I looked at her face, young and sharp and intelligent. She was not here for a villain or a hero. She was here for a witness. I nodded slowly. "You'd better come up." The climb to my apartment was slow. She did not offer to help, for which I was grateful. Inside, she took in the sparse, clean room with a quick, professional glance. "I've read your statement," she began once we were seated. "It's unprecedented. The DA's office is fighting the appeal, of course. They're calling it the deathbed ramblings of a compromised man." "I am not dead yet," I said. A faint smile touched her lips. "No, you're not." She opened her briefcase. "I need to ask you some questions, to understand the context you've provided, the pressure from the commissioner's office, the loan shark. Can you give me names, dates?" And so I began to testify again, not with a pen, but with my voice. I gave her the names I had buried in my memory. I described the unspoken directives, the winks and nods that never made it into reports. It was not easy. The words felt rusty, disused, but they came. She listened, her pen scratching across a legal pad, building her own case file from the wreckage of mine. When she left an hour later, she thanked me. "This isn't a guarantee of anything, Mr. Jones, but it's a chance. It's more than he had." After she was gone, the apartment felt different. It was no longer just a place of solitary reckoning. It had become part of the process. I had re-entered the world not as a warden, but as a participant. The cane by the door was not just an aid for walking. It was a tool for balance, for navigating a terrain that was no longer divided into simple paths of right and wrong. The story was continuing, and I was no longer its author, only a character, finally, telling the truth. The truth I was learning was a heavy thing to carry. It did not lighten the soul as the stories promised. It sat in the room with me after Anya Sharma left, a dense, quiet presence. I had spent a lifetime carrying the weight of other people's secrets, and now I was carrying the weight of my own. It was a different kind of burden, one that did not grant authority, only a weary sort of clarity. My days continued their slow pace. The cane became an extension of my body, its tap on the pavement a metronome for my new life. I started venturing further than the corner store to a small park a few blocks away. I would sit on a bench and watch the people. I saw a young father teaching his daughter to ride a bicycle, his hands hovering just behind the saddle, ready to catch her. I saw two old men playing chess, their movements slow and considered. I saw a woman reading a book, her face a map of shifting emotions. I was no longer a detective profiling them, looking for tells of guilt or deception. I was just a man on a bench, sharing the sunlight. I thought of Miguel Reyes often, not as a case file, but as a man sitting in a cell, waiting for a ripple from a stone he never saw dropped. His fate was now in the hands of lawyers and judges, a process as opaque and mechanical as the one that had put him away. I had no illusions that my testimony was a magic key. It was merely a piece of evidence to be weighed and debated. The system I had served was a vast, stubborn beast, and it would not change its course easily. One evening the phone rang again. This time I picked it up. It was Joe calling from some noisy foreign airport, his voice crackling with distance and static. He didn't ask about the appeal or the lawyer. He asked about the cane, about the park, about the quality of the light through the trees in the afternoon. He told me about the dust in the archives he was studying and the strange, sweet tea he had been drinking. We spoke of small, present things. It was the kind of conversation I had never had the patience for before. Now, it felt like the only kind that mattered. When I hung up, I realized the burden in the room felt a little lighter. It had been shared not as a confession, but as a passing of time between friends. The past was not gone, but it was finally in its place behind me. The seasons turned again. The green leaves of the park began to blush with orange and red. My leg grew stronger. The cane was more a formality now, a comfort on uneven ground. I was sitting on my bench, watching a flock of geese arrow across the sky when I felt it. Not a resolution, not an answer, but a simple, profound sense of arrival. The work was not done. The world was not fixed. But I was here in it, a man who had told his last lie and was now learning, day by day, how to live with the quiet, complicated truth. The story was over. My life was not, and for now that was everything. The geese disappeared behind the rooftops, their honking fading into the city's hum. I pushed myself up from the bench, the cane taking my weight with a familiar, solid feel. The walk home was slow, but it was no longer a struggle. It was just a walk. A letter was waiting for me in my mailbox, mixed in with the bills and flyers. The envelope was thick, official, with the return address of the appellate court. I took it upstairs and set it on the kitchen table. I made a pot of tea. I washed the single cup and saucer from the morning. I looked out the window at the deepening twilight. The letter sat there, not demanding, just present. Finally, I sat down and opened it. It was not a verdict. It was a notice of a hearing date, scheduled for the following month. My presence was requested, but not required. The language was dry, procedural, a world away from the human lives it would affect. I read it once, then folded it and put it back in the envelope. There was nothing to do but wait. The hearing came and went. I did not attend. I spent that day in the park, walking the paths until my leg ached, then sitting and watching the last of the leaves fall. I thought of Miguel, perhaps in a similar room, waiting for a different kind of news. I thought of Frida, of Joe, of Anya Sharma. A network of lives, briefly and profoundly connected, now diverging again into their own stories. Another month passed. The first frost silvered the windows one morning. I was wiping the condensation from the glass when the phone rang. It was Anya. Her voice was calm, but I could hear the faint tremor of excitement beneath it. "The appeal has been granted," she said. "The conviction is vacated. They're ordering a new trial." I leaned against the window frame, the cold glass a shock against my forehead. A new trial, I repeated. It was not freedom, it was a chance. The DA's office is reviewing the evidence. With your testimony and the lack of any physical proof, they may choose not to re-prosecute. It's likely, but not certain. I closed my eyes. A new trial, more waiting, more procedure. But the door of the cage was now open, even if only a crack. Thank you for calling, Anya. Thank you, Cecil, for everything. After I hung up, I stood there for a long time, watching the world outside. Children, bundled against the cold, were walking to school. A mail carrier made his rounds. Life, ordinary and relentless, went on. A man's life had been irrevocably altered, and the city took no notice. There was a profound justice in that indifference. I picked up my cane and went for a walk. The air was sharp and clean in my lungs. I walked without a destination, turning down streets I hadn't visited in years. I saw a cafe with a bright blue awning, and on an impulse I went inside. The warmth and the smell of coffee enveloped me. I found a small table by the window and ordered a cup. As I sat there stirring the dark liquid, I saw my reflection superimposed on the world outside. An old man with a cane, a retired cop, a witness. The narratives were all there, available for the telling, but they were just layers, like the rings of a tree. The core, the man sitting in the quiet warmth of a cafe, was simply himself. He had done wrong. He had tried to make it right. He was still here. I took a sip of coffee. It was bitter and perfect. The future was uncertain for Miguel Reyes and for me, but the past was finally completely behind me. There were no more ghosts in my apartment, no more skeletons in my closet. There was only the day ahead and the simple, demanding task of living it. I finished my coffee and stepped back out into the cold, bright morning, ready to face it. The cold air felt different now, no longer an enemy, but a simple, seasonal fact. I walked with a purpose that was new, not the driven purpose of a detective on a case, but the steady intent of a man reclaiming his city block by block. I thought of Miguel, of the long road he still had ahead, and I felt a quiet, solid hope. It was not a feeling I was accustomed to, and its unfamiliarity made it all the more real. A few days later, a postcard arrived. It was a picture of a vast, empty desert under a pale blue sky. On the back, in Joe's familiar, cramped handwriting, were just 2 words: no history. I smiled and propped it on the windowsill, a small monument to the irony he so cherished. He was wrong, of course. The desert had more history than any of us, written in layers of rock and bone. It just had the good grace to be silent about it. The call from the DA's office came a week later. They would not be re-prosecuting Miguel Reyes. The lack of evidence, combined with the sworn testimony of a former high-ranking detective, made a conviction impossible. They spoke of the interests of justice. I heard the sound of an institution protecting itself. It didn't matter. The result was the same. I did not see his release on the news. I read about it in the paper, a small article buried in the metro section. There was no photograph. He had slipped back into the world without fanfare, a man returning to a life that had been paused for 15 years. I felt no urge to find him, to seek forgiveness or understanding. My act had been for my own reckoning as much as for his freedom. Our stories were separate now, and that was how it should be. Winter deepened, and I fell into the rhythm of the cold months. I bought a heavier coat. I learned which patches of pavement were likely to be icy. Samir at the corner store started keeping my preferred brand of tea in stock. These small accommodations felt like victories. One afternoon in early spring, I was in the park. The snow had melted, leaving the grass matted and brown, but the sun had a new warmth. I was watching a robin tug a worm from the soft earth when a man sat down on the far end of my bench. I glanced over. He was older than I expected, his face lined not with anger but with a deep, abiding weariness. He held himself with a stillness I recognized. It was Miguel Reyes. We sat in silence for a long time, watching the robin. There was no tension, no drama. It was just 2 men on a bench. Finally he spoke, his voice quiet. "They told me what you did." I nodded, not looking at him. I did what I should have done a long time ago. "Why?" he asked, not an accusation, just a question. I considered the word. It was too small to hold all the reasons: the oak tree, the walker, Frida's steady hands, Joe's postcards, the weight of a lie that had become too heavy to carry. The story was wrong, I said simply. He absorbed this, then gave a slow, single nod. My son, he said, he is 20 now. He wants to be an engineer. He does not remember me from before. There was a whole world of pain in that statement, a loss I could never comprehend. I had stolen his son's childhood. No legal absolution could ever give that back. I am sorry, I said. The words were inadequate, but they were true. He stood up, brushing a hand against his trousers. The lawyer, Miss Sharma, she said, you are learning to live with it. I am trying. He looked at me then, really looked at me, and for a moment I saw not a victim or a case file, but just another man, broken and repaired in different ways. It is a slow business, he said. Then he turned and walked away, his figure growing smaller as he moved down the path. He did not look back. I stayed on the bench until the sun dipped below the buildings, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The story of King Caspar was over. The story of Miguel Reyes was beginning again, and my own story, quiet and unremarkable, was continuing, one slow, deliberate day at a time. Air was cool, the ground was solid beneath my feet, and for the first time in a very long time that was enough. The robin flew away, the worm a wriggling prize in its beak. I watched it go until it was a speck against the brightening sky. The space on the bench where Miguel had sat felt charged, not with anger or forgiveness, but with a simple, acknowledged truth. We had met not as accuser and accused, but as two old men in a park, and that was a kind of ending I had never allowed myself to imagine. I made my way home as the streetlights flickered on. The climb up the stairs was easier now, the cane more a habit than a necessity. The apartment was quiet, but the silence was no longer populated by ghosts. It was just quiet. I made dinner, a simple meal for one, and ate it at the table while listening to the distant sounds of the city. A few weeks later, I received a formal letter from the police department. It was a notice about my pension, a routine matter, but enclosed was a brief, impersonal memo. In light of recent developments, the internal review of my conduct in the Reyes case had been concluded. My official record would be amended to include a formal censure. It was a mark on a career that was already over, a footnote for the archives. I read it once, then filed it away with my tax documents. It was part of the record, too. The weather warmed and the park exploded into green. I started leaving the cane at home for short trips. The feeling of my empty hand swinging at my side was strange and liberating. I began to read again, not case files, but library books, histories, biographies, even a novel or two. I was a slow reader, and I often lost the thread, but I enjoyed the quiet mechanics of it, the turning of pages, the accumulation of someone else's story. One day in early summer, I saw Samir outside his store, struggling to move a delivery of soda crates. Without thinking, I walked over and took one end. He looked at me, surprised, then nodded. We moved the crates inside together. He offered me a cold drink, and we stood for a moment in the cool of the store, not speaking, just two men sharing a small task. It was nothing, and it was everything. I understand now that redemption is not a moment of dramatic reversal. It is not an award bestowed. It is a quiet, ongoing process built from small, truthful actions. It is returning a library book on time. It is carrying a crate for your neighbor. It is learning to sit with your own failures without letting them define you. My life is small now, bounded by the park and the store and the walls of my apartment. But it is my life, lived on my own terms. The past is a country I no longer visit. The future is a series of days, each one an opportunity to be, simply and honestly, the man I am. The air through my open window is warm, carrying the scent of rain and concrete. Somewhere in this city, Miguel Reyes is learning to know his son. Somewhere, a new detective is working his first case, sure of the story he will tell. And here I am, an old man in a quiet room, finally at peace with the world and with myself. The story is done. The living continues. The scent of rain faded, replaced by the dry heat of a city summer. I found myself venturing further, drawn by a curiosity I thought I had lost. I visited a museum, standing for a long time before a painting of a stormy sea, the chaos of the water rendered with a terrible beauty. I did not try to solve it or understand the artist's intent. I just let it be. One afternoon, my phone rang. It was Frida, her voice warm and steady as ever. She was retiring, she said, selling the practice. She asked if I would like to meet for coffee, a proper one, not in a clinical room. We met at the cafe with the blue awning. She did not ask about the case or my health. She talked about her plans to travel, to visit gardens around the world. I told her about the painting of the sea. It was a good conversation. As I walked home, I realized that the map of my life was being redrawn, not with the bold lines of duty and ambition, but with the faint, connecting trails of small choices. A visit to a museum, a coffee with a friend, the decision to buy a new plant for the windowsill, something that required daily, gentle attention. The world continued its slow, inevitable turn. I knew there would be hard days ahead, moments of regret that would surface like old stones in a field, but they would just be moments, not the entire landscape. I had spent a lifetime building a fortress of certainty, and now I was learning the simpler, more difficult art of building a home. The door was open, the light was good, and for the first time in as long as I could remember, I was not waiting for anything else to begin. The new plant on my windowsill was a jade, its leaves thick and waxy. I watered it sparingly as the woman at the nursery had instructed, and each morning I checked for new growth. It was a small responsibility, but a constant one. I found a strange comfort in its quiet, green presence. I began to take a different route to the park, passing a small community garden where volunteers tended raised beds of vegetables and flowers. I never joined them, but I would often pause to watch their work, the careful tending of the soil, the patient support of a growing tomato vine. It was another kind of truth, one that required dirt under the fingernails and faith in the sun. One evening, the local news did a short segment on the Ray's case. They used my old department photo, my face stern and unfamiliar from a decade ago. They called me a key witness in the overturning of a wrongful conviction. They got the facts mostly right, but the story felt thin, a 2-minute summary of a seismic shift in 2 lives. I turned it off and felt nothing. The narrative they were telling was already a relic. My life was here in this room, with the evening light falling across the jade plant's leaves. The past had lost its power to haunt me because I had finally accepted its weight. It was not a ghost, it was a stone in my pocket, smooth and heavy from constant handling. I knew its shape, I could carry it. Summer faded into a crisp autumn. I bought a new jacket, and on the first truly cold morning I saw my breath plume in the air as I walked. The sound was a simple rhythm of rubber and pavement, a steady beat that matched my own. I was just a man walking, the story was over. The living, with all its small daily demands and its quiet, accumulating joys, was everything, and it was enough. Story 2. The world holds its breath at 3:17 in the afternoon. I know because I have been watching the clock on the mantelpiece for what feels like an hour, and its hands have not moved. They are frozen, 2 slender brass sabers crossed in a silent pact against the progression of time. The room is a tomb of opulent silence, thick with the scent of beeswax and old money. Outside, the rain falls on New Orleans with a weary persistence, streaking the tall windows of the hotel suite like endless, slow-moving tears. This is the moment I was trained for, this suspension, this pocket of unnatural quiet where anything can happen, and usually does. It is the pause before the crime or after it, the pause where men like me are sent to listen. My name is Angelo, that is all you need to know, and perhaps more than you should. I'm a secret agent, a title that sounds far more glamorous than the reality, which mostly involves waiting in quiet rooms and noticing the dust motes dancing in the dying light. This room, however, belongs to Liam Crow. The name is a statement, not an identity. He is a tycoon, a man who has built an empire so vast and so opaque that its foundations are invisible, buried deep in the dark soil of international finance. My superiors believe he is planting a seed there, a seed of pure gold that threatens to grow into a monstrous tree whose roots will strangle the global economy. They have sent me to uproot it. I was given a file, thin and unnervingly vague. Photographs of Crow, a man in his late 50s with the calm, weathered face of a sea captain and eyes the color of a winter storm. Details of his holdings, shipping, mining, data storage, and whispers, always whispers, of his obsession. Not with power, which is a common enough affliction, but with gold. Not the metaphorical kind, but the physical, elemental metal. The kind that has driven men mad for millennia. My mission is to get close, to become a part of his world, and to find the blueprint of his colossal plan. The first step was an invitation, delivered by a courier with dead eyes, to this charity gala. It is how men like Crow operate, hiding their predation in plain sight, surrounded by the glittering and the gullible. I stand near the frozen clock, a glass of champagne warming in my hand, and I watch him. He moves through the crowd not like a man, but like a current, parting the sea of silk and tuxedos with an invisible force. People lean in to catch his words, their laughter a beat too late, their eyes shining with a desperate need for his approval. Then I see her, Dulce. Her name was in the file too, but the black and white photograph did nothing to capture her. She's standing slightly apart from Crow, a half step behind, her posture a masterpiece of ambiguity. Is she a guard, a lover, a prisoner? Her dress is the deep green of a forest at midnight, and her eyes are watchful, taking in the room with a stillness that feels like a held note in a song of chaos. She catches me looking, and there's no surprise in her gaze, only a slow, appraising acknowledgement. It lasts a second too long to be accidental, then she turns away, the ghost of a smile touching her lips. The man beside Crow is a different story. Carl, he is a mountain in a badly tailored suit, his neck thick and corded, his hands hanging at his sides like twin hammers. He does not scan the room, he absorbs its threats through some primal, non-visual sense. His eyes are fixed on a point in the middle distance, seeing everything and nothing. He is the silence at the center of the storm, the promise of violence made flesh. Crow finally reaches me, his orbit pulling me in. His handshake is dry and firm, his smile does not reach his eyes. Mr. Vesper, he says, my cover name sounding like a familiar lyric on his tongue. I understand you have an interest in maritime antiquities. It is the code, the reason for my invitation. I have an interest in anything of lasting value, Mr. Crow. Lasting value, he repeats, as if tasting the words. A rare commodity, most things decay, even empires, but some things are elemental, they persist. His gaze drifts past me towards the frozen clock on the mantelpiece. Time, for instance, and gold, they have a conversation that spans centuries. Most people are too noisy to hear it. He moves on, a shark compelled forward by the tide of his own importance. Carl follows, a shadow that weighs more than the man who casts it, but Dulce lingers for a fraction of a second. Her shoulder brushes against my arm as she passes, a touch as light as a falling leaf, and a folded square of paper is pressed into my palm. Then she is gone, the scent of jasmine and night air trailing behind her. I wait until the crowd swallows them before I unfold the note. The handwriting is elegant, looping, a single line. The music box only plays one tune, Rue Dumaine, Midnight. The rain had not relented. It turned the cobblestones of the French Quarter into a slick black mirror, reflecting the bruised purple of the sky and the gaudy glow of neon signs. Rue Dumaine was quieter, a narrow canyon of shuttered galleries and overhanging balconies heavy with wrought iron filigree. The address was a weathered green door tucked between a voodoo shop and a bar that smelled of stale beer and regret. I pushed it open, the bell above jingling a thin, lonely sound. The shop was a cave of forgotten things. Dust motes swam in the beam of a single, naked bulb hanging from a wire. Shelves were crammed with corroded navigational instruments, chipped porcelain dolls with vacant eyes, and stacks of yellowed sheet music. An old man with skin like crumpled parchment looked up from behind a counter, his magnified eyes blinking behind thick glasses. "I'm looking for a music box," I said. He nodded slowly, as if the question required great physical effort to process. "Many are. Which tune does it play?" "The one that only plays one." He gestured with a trembling hand towards the back of the room, in the corner, under the drape. I moved through the narrow aisles, the floorboards groaning under my weight. In the deepest shadows, a small object sat on a velvet-draped pedestal. I pulled the cloth away. It was a beautiful thing, carved from dark wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that gleamed in the dim light. I lifted the lid. It did not play a melody. Instead, a series of precise metallic clicks echoed in the silence, like the tumblers of a lock falling into place. Then a small compartment sprung open on the side. Inside was a single, heavy key, cold and solid in my hand. It was not a key for a door. It was a safety deposit box key. The number 717 was engraved on its bow. This was not in the plan. Dulce was a variable, an unknown equation written in perfume and secrets. I was to infiltrate Crow's inner circle through patience and guile, not be handed a key by his mysterious companion. It felt too easy, a path laid out for me in the dark. But a path is a path, and my job is to walk it, even into an ambush. The bank was a temple of marble and muted ambition in the cold light of the next morning. I presented the key, gave a false name, and was led to a vault. Box 717 was small and unremarkable. Inside, there was no stack of incriminating documents, no map of a grand conspiracy. There was only a single object resting on a bed of black velvet. A gold coin. But it was like no coin I had ever seen. It was heavy, unnaturally so, as if it contained a miniature star. The metal was a deep, rich yellow, almost orange, and it seemed to drink the light from the room rather than reflect it. On one side was an eagle, its wings spread in a predatory swoop. On the other, a pyramid, but unlike the one on the dollar bill, this one was complete, its capstone glowing with a single, stylized eye. It felt ancient and utterly new at the same time, a relic from a future that had not yet happened. There was no note, no explanation, just the coin. That evening, my contact at the service, a man I knew only as Sterling, met me in a deserted city park. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and distant rain. I handed him the coin. He held it, his fingers trembling slightly. "It's him," Sterling whispered, his voice tight. "This is it, Angelo. This is the proof. This is Crow's pet project. We call it Aureus. He's not just hoarding gold, he's creating his own." "Creating it, that's alchemy. It's impossible." "Is it?" Sterling turned the coin over in his hand. The metallurgical analysis on the last one we intercepted was anomalous. The atomic weight is off. The purity is beyond anything found in nature. He's found a way, or he's very close. A private, limitless supply of gold. He could collapse currencies, nations. He wouldn't be a king, he'd be a god. He slipped the coin into his pocket. "Your orders are unchanged. Get closer. Find the source, the facility. We believe it's mobile, probably on one of his ships, the Nyx. It's currently docked for repairs. That's your way in. Dulce is your key. Use her." Using people is part of the job. It is a transaction like any other. You offer them what they think they want: protection, escape, love in exchange for what you need. But as I looked at Dulce across the table at a restaurant Crow owned, a place where the walls were made of water and exotic fish drifted like living jewels, I felt the familiar calculus of manipulation grow complicated. She was not a simple woman. "He collects beautiful things," she said, her voice a low murmur that blended with the hum of the filtration system. "But he doesn't love them. He just needs to own them, to prove that he can." "Including people?" I asked. She smiled, a sad, knowing curve of her lips. "Especially people. We are the rarest collectibles of all." She took a sip of wine, her eyes never leaving mine. "He thinks you are a collector, too, of old ships. He was impressed with your knowledge at the gala. He's invited you to a private viewing, aboard the Nyx, tomorrow night." It was too fast. The path was widening, becoming a boulevard. I felt the jaws of the trap, polished and elegant, beginning to close. "And you, what do you collect, Dulce?" "Secrets," she said without hesitation, "and my freedom, they are the same thing." The Nyx was a beast of a ship, a repurposed container vessel that sat low in the water, its hull a sheer black wall against the night sky. It was not docked with the other commercial ships, but at a private, heavily secured pier miles from the city lights. The air smelled of salt, diesel, and the sweet, rotten odor of the river. Crow greeted me at the gangway, Carl a silent monolith at his shoulder. "Welcome, Vesper," Crow said, his voice booming in the quiet, "to the future." He led me on a tour that felt more like a coronation. The ship was vast, a floating city of corridors and holds, but the heart of it was not the bridge or the engine room. It was a laboratory hidden deep within the bowels of the vessel, behind a door that required a retinal scan from Crow himself. The room was a symphony of stainless steel and humming machinery. It was cold, the air tasting of ozone and metal. In the center stood an apparatus that looked like a particle accelerator had been miniaturized and forged by a mad jeweler. Wires and tubes snaked from it into vats of bubbling liquid, and on a conveyor belt being stamped out one by one with a soft, definitive clink were the gold coins, the aureus. "It's not creation," Crow explained, his face lit with a fanatical glow. "That is a myth for children. It is transmutation, a rearrangement of atomic priorities. We take base elements, the dross of the earth, and we remind them of their highest potential. We give them order, we give them purpose." He picked up a freshly minted coin, its warmth radiating against his palm. "This is not currency, this is truth, and soon everyone will have to accept it. The representatives from 3 central banks are already on board. They see the light." I understood then the sheer, terrifying scale of it. He wasn't just going to flood the market. He was going to replace the foundation of the global economy with his own perfectly crafted, immutable stone. He was going to reset the world. Later, as the guests, severe men in sharp suits who spoke in the clipped tones of finance and power, were given a more detailed presentation, Dulce found me on a deserted deck. The wind whipped her hair around her face like a dark halo. "You see now," she said, "it wasn't a question. I see a man who wants to be God. He needs to be stopped." "Is that why you brought me here?" I asked, "to stop him?" She looked out at the dark, churning water. "I brought you here because I can't do it alone, and because I think you are the only one who might understand. He owns me, Angelo. My father's debts, my family's name, it's all collateral. I'm a prized piece in his collection, but I am still his property. This ship, this planet's my prison, and it's almost complete. Once he makes the final deal, he will be untouchable." "What do you need me to do?" "There is a failsafe," she whispered, moving closer, her words almost lost in the wind. "A computer in his private study. It controls the self-destruct sequence for the lab. If it is activated, it will fuse the core of the transmutation machine. It will become 1,000,000 tons of worthless radioactive scrap, but it requires 2 codes. I have one. You need to get the other from him." It was a suicide mission. To get a code from Liam Crow, you would have to hold a gun to his head, and even then I was not sure he would give it. He would rather die a king than live a man. The plan was set for the following night during the final negotiation with the bankers. The ship would be at its most distracted. My role was to create a diversion, something that would pull Carl away from Crow's side. Dulce would access the study and input the first code. I would find Crow, extract the second by any means necessary, and meet her to finish it. The night arrived heavy and starless. The Nyx felt like a sleeping dragon, its heart the pulsing, unnatural rhythm of the laboratory. I played my part, an interested investor, asking pointed questions about scalability and security. Then on my signal, a small, controlled fire broke out in the crew's quarters, a chemical smoke bomb from my kit. Chaos, contained but convincing. As expected, Carl was dispatched to secure the area and the important guests. It was my window. I found Crow not in his study, but back in the lab, standing before his golden forge, a glass of amber liquid in his hand. He was alone, watching the coins march along the conveyor belt like obedient soldiers. "The fire is out," I said, stepping into the room. He did not turn. "Of course it is. I have anticipated every variable, Mr. Vesper. Or should I call you Angelo? Your service has such a fondness for dramatic names." The air left my lungs, he knew. He turned slowly, his face a mask of calm amusement. "Did you really think a man of my resources wouldn't vet a new acquaintance? Your cover was tissue paper. I have known who you were from the moment you walked into my gala. I allowed you to come this far. I wanted you to see. I wanted you to understand the inevitability of it all." "Where is Dulce?" I asked, my hand moving instinctively towards the weapon concealed under my jacket. "Dulce is being reacquainted with her obligations." His smile was thin and cruel. "She always had a rebellious spirit. It's what made her so interesting to collect, but every collection needs curation. Sometimes you have to discipline a piece to maintain its value." Carl emerged from the shadows behind me. I heard his heavy footfalls on the metal grating before I saw him. I turned, but I was not fast enough. His fist connected with my jaw, a shock of white-hot pain that exploded through my skull. I stumbled back, my vision swimming. He hit me again in the stomach, and the world dissolved into a nauseating ache. I fell to my knees, gasping. Crow walked over and looked down at me. "You are a relic, Angelo, a man who believes in nations, in flags, in orders. The future belongs to systems, to pure, unassailable value. I am not a criminal, I am an architect." He leaned down, his voice a whisper. "And you are a loose stone about to be removed from the foundation." He straightened up and nodded to Carl. "Take him to the holding tank. Let him watch the dawn of a new era, then dispose of him." Carl dragged me through the corridors, my feet scraping uselessly against the floor. He threw me into a small, windowless storage room and locked the door. I was in the dark, the taste of blood metallic in my mouth. I had failed. I was a loose stone. Dulce was being disciplined, and the world was about to be broken and remade in the image of a madman. I do not know how long I sat there, the cold from the metal floor seeping into my bones. An hour, maybe two. Then the lock clicked. The door opened slowly. It was Dulce. Her face was pale, one eye swollen and dark, her lip cut, but her eyes burned with a cold fire. How I rasped, pushing myself to my feet. "Carl has his weaknesses," she said, her voice raw. "A fondness for a certain brand of whiskey, and a belief that a beaten woman is a subdued one. He was wrong." She held up a keycard and a small, bloody knife. "I have the first code. We have to move, now." We moved through the ship like ghosts, avoiding the patrols of Crow's private security. We reached his private study. Dulce swiped the keycard and the door hissed open. The room was lavish, all dark wood and leather. A single computer terminal glowed on a vast desk. Dulce sat down and began typing. "The system is live. It's asking for the first code." She entered a long string of characters. The screen changed. Now the second. It has to be entered manually by Crow or by someone with his biometrics. We need him. As if on cue, the door to the study slammed open. Liam Crow stood there, a look of pure, incandescent rage on his face. In his hand was a pistol. Behind him, Carl filled the doorway, his expression one of dull, murderous intent. "It seems I underestimated the both of you," Crow snarled. "A collector's fatal flaw, sentiment. I should have had you both scrapped long ago." He raised the gun, aiming at Dulce. There was no time to think. I threw myself forward, not at Crow, but at the large, antique globe next to his desk. I shoved it with all my remaining strength. It toppled, crashing into Crow, sending him stumbling. The gun went off, the report deafening in the small room. The bullet shattered the computer screen. In the split-second distraction, Carl lunged for me, but Dulce was faster. She moved with a feral grace, the knife in her hand flashing. She didn't aim for his heart or his throat. She drove the blade deep into the side of his knee. He roared, a sound of pure animal shock, and collapsed, clutching his leg. Crow was scrambling to his feet, his gun skittered away under the desk. He saw the sparking, dead computer terminal, and a horrifying understanding dawned on his face. The failsafe was armed but dormant. It needed the second code to complete the sequence. Without it, the system was in limbo. "No," he screamed, scrambling for the terminal. He began frantically typing, trying to bypass the lock, his fingers flying over the keyboard. I looked at Dulce. She looked back at me, her eyes wide with a desperate question. We had lost. The machine would keep running. The coins would keep coming. Then I remembered the coin, the one I had held in the bank vault, its impossible weight, its anomalous purity. It wasn't just a product of the machine, it was the key. Crow's obsession with order, with perfection. He would have built a backdoor, a physical key to his digital kingdom, a failsafe for his failsafe. "The coin," I said to Dulce, "the aureus, it's not just gold." Her eyes cleared, she understood. As Crow cursed and typed, she ran to a display case on the wall. Inside, on a velvet cushion, was the very first aureus he had ever created, mounted like a holy relic. She smashed the glass with the hilt of her knife, grabbed the coin, and ran back to the terminal. "There's a slot," she said, her voice trembling, "next to the drive bay. I never knew what it was for." She pressed the heavy, golden coin into the slot. It fit perfectly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the entire ship shuddered. A deep, resonant hum began to build, vibrating up through the deck plates. The lights flickered and died, replaced by a pulsing, red emergency glow. An alarm began to wail, a long, mournful cry that echoed through the steel corridors. On the terminal screen, a single word flashed in blood-red letters: scrapping. A Crow stared at the screen, his face a ruin of disbelief. "What have you done?" he whispered. "You've destroyed it. You've destroyed everything." He looked at me, and for the first time I saw not a titan or a god, but a man. A tired, broken man who had gambled everything on a golden dream and lost. The hum from the lab intensified, becoming a deafening roar. There was a sound of tearing metal, and then a silence more terrifying than any noise. It was over. In the chaos that followed, with the ship dead in the water and its core a melted husk, escape was a blur. We used a lifeboat, Dulce and I, slipping away into the pre-dawn gloom as the Coast Guard and other agency assets descended upon the Nix. The official story would be a catastrophic engine failure. The name Liam Crow would be quietly erased from the ledgers of power, his empire dismantled by the very governments that had almost embraced him. Sterling debriefed me in a safe house a week later. He called it a victory, a disaster averted. He praised my initiative, my sacrifice. He offered me a promotion, a desk job. I declined. There was no victory in it, only a quiet, hollow feeling like the echo in a room after a bell has stopped ringing. I never saw Dulce again after that night on the water. She disappeared into the world, a ghost with a new name and a fortune in secrets. I like to think she found her freedom, that she is somewhere warm, collecting nothing but the sunlight. As for me, I am in another quiet room in another city. The rain is falling again, a gentle percussion against the window pane. The case is closed, the reports are filed. The world has returned to its noisy, chaotic, imperfect self. It is a world that almost ended not with a bang, but with the soft, definitive clink of a golden coin. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I can still hear it, a single, persistent note in the silence, a reminder that the clock is ticking again, and that some men will always hear a different tune in its scansion, a melody of order and control that the rest of us are too noisy to hear. I watch the rain. I wait for the next assignment. The room holds its breath. The phone on the laminate table finally vibrates, a single, sharp buzz that cuts through the hum of the refrigerator. A text from an unknown number, coordinates, not an address, a time, 2 hours from now. I stand, my body protesting the movement, every old injury a whispered complaint. The coin is gone, the ship is scrapped, but the memory of Crow's face in that final moment, the raw, unvarnished shock of a man who believed himself a god finding out he was merely mortal, is a stain that doesn't wash out. Sterling thinks it is over. I know better. Men like Crow don't exist in a vacuum. They are symptoms. And for everyone you cut down, another is growing in the dark, nourished by the same greed, the same hunger. The coordinates lead to a desolate stretch of industrial docks, a place of rust and forgotten machinery. The air smells of brine and decay. A figure detaches itself from the shadow of a crumbling crane. It is not sterling. It is a woman, her posture rigid, her face obscured by the hood of a dark coat. She doesn't speak, just hands me a slim, sealed envelope. Then she is gone, swallowed by the fog. Back in the rented room, under the weak light of a single bulb, I slice the envelope open. There are no words, just a photograph. It is a satellite image of a remote, snow-swept valley somewhere in the Alps. In the center of the valley is a complex of sleek, modern buildings, their design achingly familiar. It echoes the aesthetic of Crowe's lab. And there, lying on the pristine white snow beside the photograph, is a single, slender sliver of metal. It is cold to the touch, and it weighs nothing at all. It is impossibly light. I hold it in my palm, and I understand. Aureus was about mass, about density, about making something heavy and real. This is something else entirely. This is the other side of the coin. The phone buzzes again, another text, just 3 words. They call it ether, the word hung in the silence of the room, more a concept than a name. Ether, the classical 5th element, the substance of the heavens, weightless and invisible. Crowe sought to ground the world in heavy, perfect gold. This new player, it seemed, wanted to unmake gravity itself. I turned the sliver of metal over and over in my fingers. Its lack of weight was unnerving, a violation of a fundamental law. It felt like holding a shadow. If Crowe's sin was arrogance, this was heresy. He wanted to rebuild the world. This suggested someone wanted to dissolve it. I didn't contact Sterling. The agency had declared the Crowe matter closed, and bringing them this would only trigger a storm of committees and risk assessments. They would try to cage the wind. This required a different touch, a quieter approach. This required finding someone who understood the value of secrets and the price of freedom. Finding Dulce was the work of a week. It meant calling in favors from the grayest corners of my past, the kind of people who trade in whispers and disappearances. The trail was faint, a ghost of a rumor leading to a small coastal town in Portugal. She was living under the name Isabel, in a whitewashed house perched on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic. She was sitting on a terrace, wrapped in a blanket, watching the sea when I found her. She didn't look surprised to see me. The bruises were gone, but a new stillness had settled in her eyes, a deep and weary calm. "Angelo," she said, her voice soft against the crash of the waves below. "I knew you wouldn't stay away. The world doesn't let men like you retire." I sat beside her and placed the photograph and the sliver of ether on the table between us. She picked up the metal, her eyebrows rising almost imperceptibly. She held it, testing its impossible lightness. "A Crowe collected gold to create a new truth," I said. "What does someone collect when they make this?" She didn't answer immediately. She stared out at the horizon, where the sky met the water in an indistinct line. Crowe was a blunt instrument. He wanted to own the foundation. This is subtler. This is about owning the space between things, the connections, the trust. She placed the sliver back on the table. If Aureus was a new rock, ether is a new air. You can build on air, Angelo, but you can suffocate those who do. "The woman who gave this to me, who was she?" "An emissary, a concerned party. There are people, very powerful people, who saw what happened with Crowe and were intrigued, but not all of them want to see a repeat. Some see this new venture as a threat to an even more delicate balance." She finally looked at me. "They want you to look into it, quietly." "And you, what do you want?" Dulce. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. "I want to watch the ocean. I want to be Isabel. But Crowe taught me that no one is ever truly free while there are men who want to build cages." She took a deep breath. "I have a name, not who is behind it, but who is running the day-to-day. A physicist, a theorist Crowe tried and failed to recruit. Dr. Eris Thorne. He vanished 2 years ago. The official story is a hiking accident in the very same range." She nodded at the photograph of the Alpine Valley. "And you think he us there?" "I think he is the only one who could have taken Crowe's principles and inverted them so perfectly. Find him. Learn what ether is for. then you can decide what to do." She gave me the rest of the file, what little there was of it. Thorne's research was on quantum state manipulation, on altering the fundamental properties of matter. Crow had forced order. Thorne, it seemed, was offering liberation from it. The flight to Switzerland was a study in contrasts. The world below was solid, real, defined by mountains and lakes. I was chasing a concept that sought to make such definitions meaningless. The town of Gispan was a postcard nestled in the high Alps, accessible only by a cable car. The air was thin and sharp. From my hotel room, I could see the valley where the complex was supposed to be. It was hidden from casual view, shielded by a formidable ridge. That night, using climbing gear not meant for a retired intelligence officer, I made the arduous trek. The complex was even more imposing in person, a series of angular, silver structures that seemed to drink the moonlight. The security was a different beast than Crow's brute force approach. It was a web of motion sensors and frequency scanners, a system designed to detect the slightest intrusion. It took me 6 hours to find a blind spot, a vulnerability in the seismic monitoring where the natural shifting of the mountain provided cover. I slipped inside through a service airlock, the air instantly changing to a sterile, temperature-controlled chill. The interior was all white surfaces and indirect lighting, silent but for the faint, almost melodic hum of powerful machinery. It felt less like a factory and more like a temple. I found Dr. Thorne not in an office, but in the main lab. He was a thin, anxious man with tired eyes hunched over a monitor displaying cascading streams of data. In the center of the room was not a forge, but a containment field, a shimmering sphere of energy within which several objects hovered: a wrench, a block of steel, a book. They were motionless, defying gravity without any visible support. He started when he saw me, but he didn't call for security. He just looked at me with a profound resignation. "I wondered when someone would come," he said, his voice quiet. "Crow's people or the others?" "I am not with Crow," I said. "He gone." A flicker of surprise. "Gone, then you are from the consortium." "I am just a man who wants to understand what you are doing here. What is Itha?" He gestured to the floating objects. "A misnomer. A brand. It has a localized gravitational negation field. We are not creating a new element. We are convincing matter to ignore an old force." "To what end?" "The applications are limitless: transportation, construction, but my backers, they have a more immediate goal." He turned back to his monitor, his shoulders slumping. "They don't want to lift objects, Mr. Vesper." "Mr. Vesper, they want to lift value." He pulled up a new schematic on the screen. It was a familiar design, refined, perfected. A coin press. They learned from Crow's mistake. Aureus was too perfect, too heavy. It disrupted the system. Ether will be integrated, a currency that has no weight, literally and figuratively. It can be programmed, its properties changed remotely. It will be the most secure, most controllable form of currency ever conceived. They will own not the money, but the very idea of weight and value. It was worse than Crow. Crow wanted to be the king of a new world. These people wanted to be the gods of the invisible rules that govern the old one. They wanted to make the entire global economy a ghost, weightless and entirely at their mercy. "You understand what that means," I said. "I understand I am a prisoner here," Thorne replied, his voice cracking. "They have my family. They promised me freedom to pursue pure research. They lied. This is not science. This is the perfect cage." Outside, the first hint of dawn was tinting the high peaks pink. I had found my answer. The clock was ticking, and the new tune was not one of order, but of absolute silent control. The fight against Crow was a war. This was going to be an assassination. I looked at Dr. Thorne, at the terror in his eyes, and I knew I couldn't do it alone, but I also knew who to call. The silence in the lab was absolute, broken only by the hum of the containment field. Thorne's confession hung between us, a fragile thing. He was a leverage point, not a target. The real enemy was the faceless consortium that held his family, that saw people as variables in a grand equation. "I can get your family out," I said, my voice low and flat. "Not from here, not with what I have, but I can make you a liability they can afford." His eyes widened. "What are you saying?" "I am saying we need to break the machine, not just this one, but their faith in it. Give me the core component, the part that makes this possible." He stared at me, the scientist warring with the hostage, the scientist one. He moved to a sealed cabinet, his hands trembling as he input a code. He retrieved a small, crystalline cylinder, pulsing with a soft blue light. It was cold like the sliver of ether, but it hummed with a palpable energy. "The resonator," he whispered. "Without it, the field collapses. They can replicate it easily. The specifications only exist in my mind." I took the cylinder. It felt like holding a heartbeat. "When I leave, you have 15 minutes, then you trigger a full containment breach. Make it look like an accident, a catastrophic failure. Get to the panic room, seal yourself in. The chaos will be your cover." They'll kill me. They'll be too busy trying to contain the narrative and salvage their investment. You're the only one who can rebuild this. That makes you valuable. It has a different kind of cage, but it has air holes. I didn't wait for his agreement. I slipped back into the ventilation system as the first alarm blared, a different, more urgent sound than the one on the Knicks. This was the sound of a dream being punctured. I felt the deep thrum of the machinery stutter and die as I crawled through the ducts, the resonant frequency of the complex shifting from a hum to a discordant shudder. By the time I was back on the mountainside, a plume of smoke, thin and gray against the brightening sky, was rising from the complex. Sirens wailed from the valley below. The accident was underway. 2 days later, in a Zurich safe house, I met the woman from the docks. Her name was Varley. She looked at the crystalline resonator on the table between us, then at me. "Thorn," she asked. "Alive, contained. His family is still their leverage, but his project is in ruins. It will set them back years." "It is a setback, not a victory." "There are no victories," I said, echoing my own thoughts from a lifetime ago. "Only delays." She nodded, a curt professional gesture. "They will adapt. The idea is out there now, the allure of weightless value. It won't die with one lab." "I know. We will be in touch, Vesper. Your particular skill set has proven relevant." After she left, I stood by the window, watching the orderly Swiss traffic flow through the neat, clean streets. Crowe's ghost was gone, but a new, more insidious phantom had taken its place. It wasn't a golden coin I heard in the silence anymore, but the faint, almost inaudible sigh of something becoming weightless, untethered from the world. The room held its breath, waiting. And so did I. The resonator sat on the cheap laminate of the new safe house table, a silent, pulsating accusation. Varley's people had taken it, but the memory of its unnatural chill lingered on my fingertips. Sterling left a message, his voice tight with a controlled fury. He knew I was active, that I had operated in his theater without his permission. The message was a recall order, a summons to a debrief I had no intention of attending. The agency was a cage with gilded bars, and I had spent too long in the dark to go back to a desk. The problem with phantoms is that they don't need a central body to live. Crow had his ship, Thorn his lab. This consortium was different, a hydra. Cutting off one head meant 2 more would grow, and they would learn from the mistake. Thorn's research was the seed. It was out there now, a poisonous idea in the intellectual ecosystem, waiting for another patron with deep pockets and a hunger for control. I needed a different kind of weapon, not a gun or a bomb, but information. I needed to find the money. Crow funded himself, a sovereign nation of one. This group, this consortium, was a collaboration. And collaborations, no matter how secret, leave a financial scent. It was Dulce Isabel who provided the first thread. A name, whispered over an encrypted line that bounced between 3 different satellites. Elias Sokolov, a reclusive oligarch with a passion for fringe science and a notorious impatience with the slow, messy progress of democracy. He was a man who appreciated efficiency, and what was more efficient than rewriting the rules of economics? Sokolov was a ghost, but his money was real. Tracking it led me to a shell corporation in Liechtenstein, which fed into a private equity firm in Singapore, which was a major investor in a little-known materials science startup in Boston. The startup's public-facing research was on advanced aerogels. Their private server, which I accessed through a backdoor left by a disgruntled former employee, contained schematics that were unmistakably evolutionary descendants of Thorne's work. I was in a rented room in Cambridge, the glow of the laptop screen my only light, tracing the digital veins of this new beast when the door opened. It didn't break. The lock simply disengaged with a soft, precise click. A man stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the hall light. He was of average height, dressed in a well-tailored but inconspicuous coat. He held no weapon. "Angelo Vesper," he said. His voice was calm, mellifluous, without a trace of threat. "You have been very busy." I didn't move. My own gun was under a pillow on the bed, 5 feet away. It might as well have been 5 miles. "I have a proposal," the man said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. The work with Thorne was crude, a proof of concept. "My employers believe you possess a unique perspective. You understand the fragility of systems. You have a talent for identifying points of failure. Your employers blew up a mountain lab to cover their tracks," I said. "A necessary recalibration. Dr. Thorne was becoming unstable. His family situation made him a risk. We have since acquired them. They are safe, comfortable. Their safety is now contingent on his continued, more focused cooperation." He smiled, a thin, professional expression. "We are not monsters, Mr. Vesper. We are realists. The current global financial system is a chaotic, dying animal. We are offering a peaceful transition to a more orderly, more sustainable model. A model you control. A model that controls itself. Ether is not just a currency. It is a system of governance. Value that can be programmed to incentivize cooperation, to penalize conflict, to reward sustainability. It is the end of war, the end of poverty. All it requires is a period of guided transition." He placed a small data stick on the table next to my laptop. "This is a glimpse, the initial implementation plan. We would like you to consult, to find the flaws in our security before our adversaries do. Think of it as a perpetual, preemptive strike for peace." I looked at the data stick. It was black, unmarked. It represented everything I had fought against, polished to a high sheen and presented as a utopia. It was the most dangerous thing I had ever been offered. "And if I decline?" The man's smile didn't waver. "Then you will have demonstrated that you are a point of failure yourself, and the system has a protocol for dealing with those." He glanced toward the window. "There is a car downstairs. It can take you to a plane, or it can take you to a quiet end in a Boston alley. The choice, as they say, is yours." He turned and left, the door clicking shut as softly as it had opened. I was alone again with the hum of the laptop and the weight of the data stick. I picked it up. It was cold. I thought of Crow's broken face, of Thorne's terrified eyes, of Dulce watching the ocean, trying to outrun the world's poison. I thought of the ticking clock and the new, seductive tune it was playing. I looked at the data stick in my hand. I knew I wouldn't be getting in the car. I also knew I couldn't simply throw the stick away. The battle was no longer in alpine valleys or on secret ships. It was here in this quiet room, in the code on this tiny piece of plastic. The war for the world had become a war of information, and I was now hopelessly, irrevocably behind enemy lines. The man in the car would be waiting for a signal that would never come. He would give me an hour, perhaps 2, before his patience expired and the protocol was initiated. I had no illusions about what that meant. The alley he mentioned was not an empty threat. It was a promise of clean, deniable efficiency. My room, with its view of a brick wall and the distant sounds of student life, was no longer a sanctuary. It was a trap. I ejected the hard drive from my laptop and destroyed it with 3 precise blows from the room's small, heavy fire extinguisher. The data stick, however, I kept. It was a key, or perhaps a bomb. I couldn't know until I looked inside, and I couldn't look inside on any device connected to a network they might control. I needed a ghost machine, a device that had never been and would never be online. I left everything else behind, the gun under the pillow, the clothes in the closet, the identity I had been using. I went out the window, down the rusting fire escape, and into the narrow, garbage-scented alley he had so casually mentioned. I moved through the back streets of Cambridge, a man becoming less substantial with every step, my only possession a sliver of plastic containing a potential future. I found what I needed in a dimly lit electronics repair shop in Somerville, the kind of place that smelled of solder and old circuit boards. I paid cash for a refurbished laptop from a decade ago, its operating system so outdated it was practically a fossil. The old man behind the counter didn't ask questions. I took it to a library in a neighboring town, found a carol in a forgotten corner, and booted it up. The data on the stick was not encrypted. That in itself was a message. They were so confident in their invulnerability or in the seductive power of their vision that they felt no need to hide it. It was all there. The phased rollout of Ether-based financial instruments, starting with interbank settlements, the integration with national digital IDs, the behavioral metrics that would be tied to individual Ether wallets' carbon footprint, social media sentiment, purchasing history. The incentives for compliance, the gentle, then not so gentle, disincentives for dissent. It was a blueprint for a world without cash, without privacy, without the messy, unpredictable freedom of human error. It was, as the man had said, a system of governance, a perfectly logical, perfectly ruthless cage. And at the heart of the document, buried in a subfolder labeled Legacy Asset Migration, was the list. The names of the primary backers, the consortium. I recognized Sokolov. There were others, a tech titan from Silicon Valley, a media magnate from Europe, the chairman of one of the world's largest investment banks. It was a gathering of kings, each believing they could sit on the same throne. This was not something I could break with a bullet or a bomb. This was an idea, and it had already taken root in the most powerful soil on Earth. Exposing the list would be meaningless. They would deny it, and their media arm would bury the story under a mountain of noise and counter-accusations. I was one man holding a truth that the world was not ready to hear, and that it would likely dismiss as the ravings of a disgraced, paranoid spy. The clock in the library read 4:17 p.m. The man in the car would have long since activated his protocol. My old life was officially over. My new one had begun in this quiet room, surrounded by the smell of old paper and the soft tapping of a keyboard from the next carol. I had the names, I had the plan. I had no army, no agency, no allies I could trust. I looked at the list again. One name stood out, not for its power, but for its vulnerability. The media magnate Klaus Richter. His empire was built on a foundation of public perception, a carefully cultivated image of integrity. It was the most fragile of their pillars. I ejected the data stick, slipped it into my pocket, and powered down the ancient laptop. The fight had changed. It was no longer about sabotage or assassination. It was about erosion. I would have to find a crack in Klaus Richter's world and pour the truth into it, one drop at a time. It would be slow, patient work, the work of a ghost, haunting the machine from the inside. I stood up and walked out of the library into the fading afternoon light. The war was everywhere now, and I had just enlisted for the duration. The first drop was a whisper, a ghost of a transaction. I found it in the archived financial records of a film production company Richter had acquired a decade prior. The company had produced a series of lavish, critically acclaimed historical epics. Buried in the cost overruns was a series of payments to a conservation fund for a private Baltic island. The island was owned by a shell company, which was in turn owned by a trust linked to Ilya Sokolov. Richter had been indirectly funding his future partner's private retreat for years, long before the ETHA consortium was formed. It was a connection, a tiny thread of loyalty and obligation. It wasn't illegal, it was just intimate. I couldn't use it, not yet. A single thread would snap. I needed a rope. So I became a student of Klaus Richter. I lived in the digital shadow of his empire, consuming his news channels, reading his magazines, watching the films and shows his studios produced. I looked for the pattern, the subtle bias, the narrative being gently herded in a specific direction. There were pieces, small ones, a documentary series that glorified the concept of a cashless society, focusing on the convenience, the safety, the end of street crime. An op-ed in one of his flagship newspapers, musing on the inevitability of algorithmic governance. It was all deniable, presented as speculative futurism, but the tune was there, a soft, constant hum preparing the public for a world without weight. I needed to get closer. I needed to see the man, not the magnate. I went to Berlin, where he maintained his primary residence. For a week I was a ghost in his city. I learned his routines. The morning walk in the Tiergarten with 2 silent bodyguards. The lunch at the same Michelin-starred restaurant every Thursday. The opera on Friday nights. He was a creature of habit, a man who believed his control over the public narrative extended to the privacy of his own life. It was at the opera, watching him from the high balcony, that I saw the second thread. He was with a woman who was not his wife, again, not illegal. But the woman was the head of a major German regulatory body, a body that would soon be voting on the preliminary framework for digital currency integration. Their body language was not that of casual acquaintances. It was a secret, and secrets are points of pressure. I had 2 threads, a financial tie to Sokolov and a personal secret with a regulator. Still not enough to bring down a giant, but perhaps enough to make him stumble. A stumble was all I needed. A public stumble would create scrutiny, and scrutiny was the one thing this hydra could not abide. My opportunity came from an unexpected direction. A leak, not from me, but from within Richter's own organization. A disgruntled junior editor at one of his news outlets, sick of the narrative manipulation, released a trove of internal memos to a scrappy, independent investigative site. The memos detailed directives to downplay the risks of centralized digital currencies and to aggressively attack the character of any public figure who advocated for financial privacy. The story was a small fire, but it was burning in the dry tinder of public distrust. Richter's empire went into overdrive. The story was labeled as a fabrication, the editor a troubled liar with a grudge. The counter-narrative was swift and brutal. It was the perfect moment to add my whisper to the storm. I created a secure, untraceable email account. I sent a single message to the inbox of the lead journalist on the independent site. It contained no text, only 2 encrypted files. One held the documents linking Richter's film company to Sokolov's island. The other contained time-stamped, high-resolution photographs of Richter and the regulator, their hands clasped tightly together outside the opera house. I didn't wait for a response. I destroyed the burner phone and moved to a new safe house, this time in a nondescript neighborhood in Prague. I watched the story unfold from a distance. The independent site, armed with this new, verifiable evidence, published a follow-up. This time the story had teeth. It wasn't just about media bias, it was about corruption, a conflict of interest that went to the highest levels of business and government. The denials were loud and angry, lawsuits were threatened, but the photographs were unassailable. The connection to Sokolov, a known oligarch with a shady reputation, was toxic. The regulator was forced to recuse herself from the upcoming vote. The narrative was cracking. A week later, Klaus Richter announced he was taking a temporary leave of absence from his companies to focus on his family and fight these vicious and unfounded allegations. It was a retreat. A head of the Hydra had been wounded, forced to pull back from the light. It was a victory, but a small, costly one. That night, as rain streaked the window of my Prague flat, a new message found its way to me. It wasn't delivered by a man at the door. It was embedded in the code of a popular weather app, a hidden data packet that assembled itself only on my specific device. It was from Varley. It contained only 3 words. They see you. Story 3. The silence here is not an absence, it is a presence. It is a thick woolen blanket laid over the world, muffling the cry of a distant bird, swallowing the very breath from your lungs. It is a silence that feels deliberate, a held breath in the face of something unspeakable. I have stood in the quiet of a cathedral and in the hush of a snow-laden forest, but I have never known a silence like that of Blackwater Moor. It is a silence that listens back. I am Irving, and I have been the shadow to Griffin S. Light for 15 years. He is the mind that picks locks on impossible puzzles. I am the hand that writes down the tumblers as they fall. We arrived at the edge of the moor as the last of the daylight bled out behind the hills, the sky a bruised purple and orange. The air was cold and damp, carrying the scent of peat and decay, a metallic tang like old blood on the wind. A man named Farley met us there, the local doctor. He was a tall, gaunt figure, his face all sharp angles and deep hollows in the twilight, his grip firm and dry. Griffin, he said, his voice a low baritone that the silence seemed to absorb. They said you would come. I only hope you are not too late. Griffin merely nodded, his eyes, the color of a winter sky, already scanning the vast, undulating expanse of the moor. It was a landscape of shadows and secrets, cloaked in a low, creeping fog that writhed like something alive. Late for what, doctor? The death has already occurred. The first one, yes, Farley said, old Lord Blackwood. They found him at the foot of the Blackwater Crag, his face a mask of such terror it was said his soul had been scared right out of his body. The peasants, they say the Cailleach has returned. The name hung in the air, a wisp of ancient fear. The Cailleach, the old woman of the moor. A demon of local legend, a creature of bone and shadow with eyes like dying embers, said to claim the souls of the Blackwood line as her due. They say a lot of things, Griffin replied, his tone flat, devoid of judgment or belief. We are here to listen to what the earth says, and the dead. Blackwood Manor rose from the fog like the bleached skull of a great beast. Its Gothic spires clawed at the low clouds, its windows dark and sightless. The heir, young Harley Blackwood, awaited us in the library, a cavernous room that smelled of old leather dust and a faint, sweet trace of brandy. He was a boy of no more than 20, pale and slender, wrapped in a dressing gown that seemed too large for his frame. His eyes were the same washed-out gray as the moor outside, and they held a haunted, feverish light. It was her, he whispered, his voice cracking. He did not look at us, but at the flames dancing in the hearth. I saw her from my window, a shape all wrong moving through the mist. It had no face, just darkness, and a smell like wet earth and rust. He shuddered, a full-body convulsion that seemed genuinely beyond his control. She has come for me, as she came for my father. Griffin did not offer comfort. He moved to the window, placing a hand against the cold, leaded glass. Described the gait. Was it bipedal? Did it lope? Did it drag a limb? Harley stared at him as if he were mad. It moved like smoke. It was just a wrongness in the fog. I wrote it down, wrongness in the fog. It was not evidence, but it was a piece of the psychological landscape, and that was often just as critical. That first night the silence was broken. A sound ripped through the manor, a high, piercing shriek that was neither human nor animal. It was the sound of tearing metal and shattered glass, a scream from a nightmare. I was on my feet, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Griffin was already at his door, calm, pulling on his coat. We found the source in the main hall. A suit of ancestral armor lay in a heap at the foot of the grand staircase. One of its gauntleted hands scraped raw across the stone floor, as if it had been dragged. Harley stood on the landing above, trembling, a candelabra held aloft in his shaking hand. She was here, he gasped. I heard her breathing, a wet, rattling breath. Griffin knelt not by the armor, but by the floor. He ran his fingers over the deep, fresh gouges in the stone. Iron on granite, he murmured, heavy, deliberate. He looked up at Harley. Did you see anything, or only hear? Only the breathing and a shadow, a great moving shadow. The days that followed were a study in tension and calm. We walked the moors, Griffin a silent, focused presence, his gaze missing nothing. He would spend an hour examining a patch of disturbed bracken, the mud on a riverbank, the peculiar way the fog clung to a certain copse of skeletal trees. He spoke to the moor inhabitants, the gillies and peat cutters whose families had served the Blackwoods for centuries. Their stories were all the same, variations on a theme of primal fear. They spoke of the Cailleach in hushed, reverent tones, their eyes darting towards the treacherous expanse of the Blackwater bog. They believed, they truly believed. Dr. Farley was often our companion on these excursions. He was a rational man, or so he seemed, dismissing the superstitions with a wave of his hand, yet he always had a story, a piece of local lore that fed the very fears he claimed to disavow. He was the keeper of the town's secrets, a walking archive of births, deaths, and maladies, both physical and mental. He spoke of Harley's fragile constitution, a nervous disposition inherited from his mother. The mind is a powerful thing, Griffin, Farley said one afternoon as we stood at the edge of the Blackwater bog, a place of still, black water and grasping reeds. It can conjure monsters far more terrifying than any that walk the earth. Fear can stop a heart as surely as a blade. Indeed, Griffin said, his eyes fixed on a particular patch of reeds, bent and broken in a pattern that suggested recent passage. But fear requires a catalyst, a whisper in the dark, a shape in the fog, something or someone to give it form. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the moor's damp cold. Griffin was not just hunting a legend. He was hunting the man who wielded it. The calm shattered on the third night. Harley was missing. His room was empty, the bedclothes thrown back, the window open to the swirling fog. A single muddy footprint, too large to be his, was smeared on the sill. Panic gripped the house, a living, breathing thing. The servants huddled together, whispering of the Cailleach's claim. Griffin was unnervingly still. He examined the footprint, the mud, the layout of the room. He did not join the search party that was hastily assembled, lanterns cutting weak yellow holes in the oppressive dark. Instead, he turned to me, his face a mask of grim certainty. "The legend is a tool, Irving," he said, his voice low and intimate. "It provides the motive, the method, and the perfect alibi, but every tool leaves its own unique mark. The mud on that sill is from the peat banks near the eastern edge of the moor, not from the bog. The footprint was made with a carved block of wood designed to mislead. This is not a demon-esque work, it is a man-esque." "Who?" I asked, the word a breath in the tense quiet. "The one who benefits from the legend, the one who stands to gain from the end of the Blackwood line, the one who has been carefully, patiently, driving a fragile young man to the brink of madness with whispers and staged apparitions." He moved then not towards the door but back to the library, to the medical texts Farley had often perused. He pulled a heavy volume on toxicology from the shelf, flipping to a section on hallucinogenic compounds derived from local fungi. There in the margin, in Farley's own precise hand, were notes, dosages, effects, symptoms including paranoia and visual disturbances. "The good doctor," Griffin murmured. "He has been poisoning Harley's brandy, feeding the fear, crafting the monster from the inside out. The Cailleach was his invention, a specter to hide a far more terrestrial crime." "But why?" I asked, my mind reeling. "What does he gain?" "The Blackwood fortune is entailed to the male line. With Harley gone, it passes to a distant cousin. A cousin who, according to the town records I had you procure, is married to Farley's sister." The pieces clicked into place with a terrible, final clarity. Greed, dressed in the rags of superstition. We found them at the Blackwater Crag, the same place the old lord had died. The fog was thick there, a swirling phantom that stole the world away. Harley was on his knees at the cliff's edge, swaying, his eyes wide and unseeing. Farley stood over him, not as a doctor, but as a priest of some dark rite. He was speaking in a low, chanting tone, describing the Cailleach, her approach, her hunger. She comes for you, boy, Farley intoned. You can see her, can tee you. In the mist, she has come to take you home. Harley moaned, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. He was leaning forward towards the abyss. Farley, Griffin's voice cut through the chant, sharp and clear as a shard of glass. The doctor spun around, his face a contortion of surprise and fury. In his hand was not a weapon, but a small, cloth-wrapped bundle. He hurled it at us. It burst at our feet, releasing a cloud of fine, reddish powder. The smell was immediate and overwhelming: wet earth, rust, the very scent Harley had described, the final piece of the illusion. "The Calich," Farley screamed, pointing at the empty fog behind us. It was a desperate, masterful trick. For a split second, even knowing what I knew, my heart stuttered. But Griffin did not flinch, he did not look, his eyes were locked on Farley. "The legend ends tonight, Doctor," Griffin said, stepping through the dissipating cloud of powder. "You have used their fear as your weapon, but you made one mistake." Farley, cornered, took a step back towards the cliff edge. "What mistake? I was perfect. I am a ghost, a story." "No," Griffin said, his voice dropping to that confidential, almost sorrowful whisper. "You were too good a student of human nature. You understood fear, but you failed to understand reason. You left a trail of cause and effect, of physical evidence: the mud, the powder, the poison that has nothing to do with demons and everything to do with you." With a roar of frustration, Farley lunged. It was not a fight. Griffin was not a brawler. He simply moved aside, a subtle shift of weight, and used the doctor's own momentum against him. Farley stumbled, his feet scrambling for purchase on the wet, crumbling edge of the crag. For a terrifying moment, he teetered on the brink, his arms wheeling, his eyes wide with a shock that was entirely, horribly human. Then he was gone, his cry swallowed by the fog and the distorted silence of the moor. I rushed to the edge, my stomach lurching, but there was nothing to see but the impenetrable gray. We found Harley still nailing, sobbing now, the poison and the fear leaching out of him. The spell was broken. Later, in the library of the manor, with the first gray light of dawn seeping through the windows, the silence felt different. It was no longer a listening presence, but an exhausted emptiness. The case was closed, the culprit was dead, the air was safe, a rational conclusion to an irrational mystery. Griffin stood by the cold fireplace, staring at his own reflection in the dark mirror of the overmantel. I was preparing my notes, the final entries that would neatly tie the whole affair together, the perfect resolution. He spoke without turning, his voice so low I almost didn't hear it. "I was the catalyst, Irving." I looked up. "What do you mean?" Farley was a careful man. He was working slowly, methodically, driving Harley to a suicide that would be unquestionably blamed on the family curse. Our arrival forced his hand. It made him reckless. He had to accelerate his plan. The abduction, the staged scene at the crag, he would not have taken such a risk if we had not been here, closing the net. He turned from the mirror and his wintry eyes met mine. There was no shock in them, no horror, only a silent, profound acknowledgement. I did not push him, Irving, but my presence on that cliff did. My reasoning, my pursuit of truth, created the precise set of circumstances that led to his death. I did not kill him, but I am the reason he is dead. The truth of it settled over me, colder and heavier than the moor-esque fog. We had come to unmask a monster of legend, and we had found a man, and in unmasking him, we had orchestrated his end. Griffin, the great rationalist, had been the final, unpredictable variable in his own equation. He had not just solved the crime, he had, in a way, completed it. He walked to the window, looking out at the moor, now softening in the dawn light. The silence in the room was absolute, a shared secret between us. I looked down at my notebook, at the clean, logical lines of my writing, and I knew that the true mystery was not the legend of the Calich or the greed of a man. It was the reflection in the dark glass, the role of the hunter who, by the very act of hunting, seals the fate of his prey. And Griffin, my brilliant friend, stood there not in triumph, but in a quiet, unsettling kinship with the darkness he had just subdued. He had looked into the abyss, and for the first time he had seen not a puzzle to be solved, but a part of himself. The journey back from the moor was a quiet one. The train carriage felt like a sealed chamber, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels a stark contrast to the all-consuming silence we had left behind. Griffin spoke only when necessary, his gaze fixed on the passing countryside, which seemed too bright, too green, too loud after the muted palette of the moor. I filled page after page, the scratch of my pen the only sound for miles. I recorded the facts, the evidence, the chain of deduction that led to Farley. It was a clean, clinical account. It was also a lie by omission, for it left out the final, chilling confession by the fire. I told myself it was irrelevant to the official record, a philosophical musing rather than a case note. But in my heart, I knew I was protecting him, and perhaps myself, from the uncomfortable truth he had unearthed. We delivered our report to the authorities in London. It was accepted without question. The tragic death of Dr. Farley, a man driven mad by greed, attempting to murder his young patient before meeting his own accidental end on the crag, a tidy bow on an untidy affair. Harley Blackwood sent a letter of thanks along with a generous fee. His handwriting was steadier, his words those of a man slowly returning to the world of the living. Life in its way resumed. There were other cases, other puzzles. A stolen diamond necklace, a blackmailing scheme in a politician's household, a missing industrial blueprint. Griffin attacked them with his usual ferocious intellect, but a subtle shift had occurred. It was as if a single, vital component in his mental machinery had been ever so slightly misaligned. He was more cautious in his approach, more deliberate. He began to calculate not just the path to the truth, but the potential consequences of its revelation. He would spend long moments considering the lives that would be shattered by the exposure of a simple affair, or the economic ruin that might follow the arrest of a corrupt businessman. Before Blackwater Moor, the truth was an absolute good, a beacon to be followed regardless of the cost. Now he seemed to see it as a weapon, and he was learning with a heavy heart the weight of its swing. One evening, months later, we were seated by the fire in our Baker Street rooms. The rain lashed against the window panes, a comforting urban noise. I was reading the paper, and he was staring into the flames, his violin silent on his lap. "The Farley case," he said abruptly, his voice cutting through the comfortable quiet. "You never wrote it down, the final part." I lowered my paper. It was not a matter for the official record. "No," he agreed, "it was a matter for the soul. And I find, Irving, that the soul keeps a far more meticulous record than any of your notebooks." He picked up his violin not to play, but to rest his chin upon it. "I have always believed the world to be a machine, complex but ultimately knowable. You find the broken cog, you understand its failure, and you either repair or replace it. Farley was a broken cog, but I failed to account for my own presence in the mechanism. I was not merely the mechanic. I was a new gear introduced into the works, and my engagement altered the machine's function irrevocably." "You saved a young man's life," I said, feeling the inadequacy of the words. "I did," he acknowledged, "and in doing so I became the instrument of another man's death. A bad man, certainly, a murderer in intent, if not yet in fact, but the equation is no longer pure. The solution is no longer elegant, it is tainted." He finally looked at me, and the firelight danced in his eyes. I used to hunt the truth for the sheer intellectual joy of it. Now I find I am listening for the echo it will create. I am listening, Irving, much like the silence on that moor listened back, and I am no longer certain I like what I hear. He placed the violin beneath his chin and drew the bow across the strings. The note that emerged was low, mournful, and unresolved. It was not a melody, but a question hanging in the air between us, a question for which I had no answer. The case of the Cailleach was closed, but its true legacy was this new, quiet shadow in the man I thought I knew, a shadow that stretched long into our future, a constant, silent partner in every investigation to come. He played that single, questioning note for a long moment, then let it fade into the sounds of the rain and the fire. The silence that followed was not the oppressive silence of Blackwater Manor, but it was heavy all the same. I had no words of comfort to offer, for I knew he would dismiss them as sentimental chaff. He had stated a logical conclusion, and my role was not to argue with his premise, but to witness its effect. The next case proved his point more starkly than any philosophical discussion could. It involved a respected banker, a pillar of his church, who was being systematically blackmailed over a past indiscretion. It took Griffin less than a week to identify the blackmailer, a petty clerk with a grudge and a talent for forgery. The evidence was irrefutable, laid out on our sitting room table. "We present this to Lestrade in the morning," I said, feeling a sense of closure. "The man will be arrested, and Mr. Ashworth's reputation will be saved." Griffin did not share my satisfaction. He stood by the window looking down at the gaslit street. And what of Ashworth's wife? She is unaware of her husband's former life. She believes him to be the paragon he presents to the world. The revelation of this sordid affair, even as he is vindicated of the blackmail, will shatter her. It will destroy their marriage. "But the truth," I began, and then faltered. "The truth," he finished for me, his voice flat, "is a stone that will shatter multiple lives while merely punishing one. A simple cost-benefit analysis, Irving." He did not go to Lestrade. Instead, he went to the blackmailer. I do not know what was said in that small, shabby room, but Griffin returned with all the incriminating documents and the blackmailer's solemn, terrified oath to leave the country and never return. He then visited Mr. Ashworth and laid out the situation with brutal clarity. The relief on the banker's face was quickly replaced by a different kind of fear. "My wife, she must never know," Ashworth pleaded. "She will not hear it from me," Griffin replied, "but your security is an illusion built on another man's silence. I suggest you use this second chance to build a more honest foundation." When he returned to Baker Street, he tossed the file onto the fire. We watched the flames consume the evidence, the truth, the entire official history of the case. Justice was not served today, I felt compelled to say. A narrow, legalistic justice was not served, he corrected me, wiping a trace of ash from his fingers. A larger, more complex form of justice, perhaps, was: a family remains intact. A criminal, though unpunished by the courts, has been exiled and neutralized. The outcome is stable. He looked at me, and I saw the ghost of the Moors in his eyes. It is a messy solution, an unsatisfying one for the chronicler, but it is the one that caused the least collateral damage. I am learning to value that metric. And so I began to chronicle a new kind of story. Not just the story of the crime and its brilliant solution, but the story of the man solving it, a man increasingly aware of the ripples he caused in the pond of human affairs. The world was not a simple machine to him anymore. It was a delicate, chaotic ecosystem, and he, the hunter of truth, was its newest and most unpredictable predator. He moved through the fog of London-esque crimes with the same piercing intellect, but now he carried a new burden, the weight of the echo. And I, his friend and his biographer, followed, my pen poised to record not only what he found, but what he chose to leave behind. The change was subtle, but to me, it was as pronounced as a shift in the weather. He began to take on cases that offered no public acclaim, problems that would never see the inside of a courtroom. A mother seeking to find her estranged daughter before her health failed, not to force a reunion, but to ensure her financial security. A business partnership dissolving not due to fraud, but to a fundamental clash of temperaments that threatened to ruin both men. He became a mediator, a quiet force for equilibrium, his methods relying less on dramatic unveilings and more on whispered conversations in private clubs and the strategic exchange of sealed letters. I once asked him if he missed the grand stage, the applause of a shocked audience when the murderer was named. He was silent for a long moment, cleaning his pipe with fastidious care. The applause was always for the trick, Irving, not for the damage left behind on the stage. I find I have lost my taste for performance. This new phase of his career reached its apex with the affair of the Vane family. Lord Vane was certain his wife was poisoning him. He brought her monogrammed handkerchief, stained with what he claimed was a peculiar, slow-acting toxin she had dabbed on his pillow. The evidence, when Griffin analyzed it, was not of poison, but of a desperate, tragic kind of love. The substance was a concentrated perfume, one Lord Vane had complimented on his wife years ago, before his affections had wandered. She was not trying to kill him. She was saturating his sleep with the ghost of a memory, a final, futile attempt to call him back to her. Griffin did not reveal this to the furious, paranoid lord. Instead, he presented him with a different truth when he had dug from the man's own staff. He showed Lord Vane the financial records of his own mistress, who was systematically draining his accounts. He presented the cold, hard numbers of betrayal, a language the lord could understand far better than the poetry of a forgotten perfume. The confrontation with his wife was averted. A different, more honest confrontation occurred. The Vane marriage, I later heard, reached a state of quiet, resigned peace. When the Lord sent his final payment, Griffin did not keep it. He forwarded the entire sum, anonymously, to a sanatorium in Switzerland, along with a recommendation for a certain Lady Vane, who was in dire need of a prolonged rest far from the pressures of her London life. He said nothing of this to me. I found out through a piece of misdirected correspondence. When I showed it to him, he merely glanced at it and nodded. It was the most stable outcome, he said, as if that explained everything. And in his new, complex calculus, perhaps it did. He was no longer just solving crimes, he was solving people. And in doing so, the man who had once been a pure instrument of logic was becoming something far more rare and far more human. A wielder of mercy, who understood that the greatest truths are often those best left unspoken. The sanatorium letter marked a quiet turning point, a confirmation of a path he had already chosen. I watched him carefully in the following weeks, expecting some sign of internal conflict, a longing for the sharp, clear days of absolute truth, but none came. He moved through our rooms with a new, if somber, equilibrium. The violin no longer wept with unresolved questions, but offered low, contemplative melodies that seemed to soothe rather than probe. Our work continued, but the nature of the work itself had transformed. We were less often the hunters of men and more the guardians of a fragile peace. He became a consultant to those who could not go to the police, a solver of human entanglements rather than just criminal ones. I found my own role shifting. My notes were no longer just a record of deduction, but a chronicle of restraint, of truths acknowledged and then, with deliberate care, buried. One afternoon, a young woman came to us, her eyes red-rimmed with a panic she could barely articulate. Her brother, a clerk at the Admiralty, was suspected of selling secrets. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. She swore he was innocent, a man of simple tastes and unwavering loyalty. Griffin listened to her frantic story, his eyes half closed. When she finished, he did not promise to prove her brother's innocence. He only said, "Leave the matter with me. Do not speak of this to anyone." He did not investigate the brother. Instead, he turned his formidable attention to the brother's immediate superior, a man with a reputation for efficiency and ambition. It took him 3 days. He discovered not treason, but a complex embezzlement scheme, one the superior had been on the verge of pinning on the hapless clerk. Griffin did not go to the authorities. He arranged a meeting. He presented his findings to the superior not as a threat, but as a problem to be solved. The embezzled funds were quietly restored over the course of a year. The clerk was transferred to a different department with a promotion, his record unblemished, his life saved from ruin. The superior, suitably chastened, remained in his post, his future conduct forever under the unspoken watch of my friend. The young woman returned, weeping with gratitude, pressing a small, embroidered handkerchief into Griffin's hand. He accepted it with a quiet nod. After she left, he held it for a moment, a simple, human token of a disaster averted, then placed it carefully in a drawer, a museum of his silent victories. That evening, as we sat in our accustomed chairs, I finally gave voice to the thought that had been growing in my mind. This new path you walk it is a harder one, I think. It requires more of you. He stared into the fire, its light etching the new lines of thought and care around his eyes. The old path was simple, Irving. It ended in a hand on a shoulder, a public declaration, a cell door closing. It was an end. This is maintenance. It is the endless, thankless task of preventing the machine from shaking itself apart. It is, as you say, harder. He looked at me and a faint, weary smile touched his lips. But it is also, I find, infinitely more worthwhile. He had gone to Blackwater Moor to banish a ghost and had instead found a mirror. And in that mirror he had not flinched from the reflection of a man who could cause a death through the sheer force of his reason. But he had done more than just accept that truth. He had transformed it. He had taken that fearsome power and had chosen to wield it not as a cudgel, but as a scalpel, performing delicate, invisible surgery on the rotten parts of the world, leaving the healthy tissue to heal. The legend of the Kaleech was gone, but in its place stood a different, more profound story. That of the man who learned that the greatest use of his brilliant mind was not in revealing darkness, but in nurturing a fragile, precious light. The embroidered handkerchief remained in the drawer, a quiet testament. I thought often of that drawer and of the other, more abstract trophies it represented. Salvaged reputations, intact families, the peace of mind of a young clerk who would never know the precipice upon which he had stood. These were the new artifacts of Griffin's career, replacing the lurid mementos of old crimes. This period of quiet stewardship could not last forever in a city like London. A new case arrived, not with a weeping client, but with the official, imposing seal of the government. A man from the Home Office, his demeanor as gray as his suit, sat stiffly in our client's chair. A cipher had been broken, a network of anarchists compromised. The names and addresses of every cell member were known. The official's request was simple. Griffin was to consult on the most efficient method of a coordinated, city-wide arrest. Griffin listened, his fingertips steepled, his eyes distant. He asked a few technical questions about the cipher, the evidence, the certainty of their guilt. The official assured him it was absolute. When the man left, a list of names and addresses lay on the table between us. I looked at it, seeing not ink on paper, but 100 doors about to be broken down, 100 lives to be upended. This is a return to the old ways, I said, a strange mix of anticipation and dread stirring within me. A Klein surgical strike. Griffin picked up the list. His eyes scanned the names not as targets, but as biographies. He pointed to one. This man is a printer. His shop is in Whitekapelle. He has a wife and 3 young children. They live above the shop. His finger moved. This one, a university student. His father is a country vicar. He looked at me and the firelight caught the grim set of his mouth. A coordinated arrest will be efficient. It will also be a spectacle. It will terrify the public and martyr these fools. It will drive their sympathizers deeper underground, and it will create 100 new widows and orphans, many of whom know nothing of their husband's or father's activities. They are anarchists, I argued, though my voice lacked conviction. They plot violence. Some do, he conceded. Others plot in coffee houses because they are young and angry and full of ideas they do not fully understand. The official list makes no distinction. It is a list of names, not of souls. He did not touch the list for the rest of the day. That night I heard him pacing in his room, a slow, measured tread that spoke of a fierce internal debate. The machine of justice, simple and brutal, demanded one action. The man who listened for the echo heard the cacophony it would create. The next morning he went to the Home Office. He did not return for many hours. When he did, his face was pale with a peculiar exhaustion. He sat down heavily in his chair. Well, I asked, when do the arrests begin? They do not, he said quietly, not in the manner that was planned. He had spent the morning not planning raids, but constructing a different kind of trap. He proposed a campaign of targeted, quiet disruption, leaking false information to the network through the broken cipher, sowing distrust among the cells, using financial pressure to cripple their operations. The most dangerous individuals would be isolated and apprehended discreetly. The young, the gullible, the merely disaffected would find their lives mysteriously complicated, their paths leading them away from radicalism through a series of frustrating dead ends and promising new opportunities elsewhere. "It will take months," Griffin said, closing his eyes. "It is messy, inefficient, and will yield no public victory." The official was displeased. He wanted a grand gesture, but he could not refute the logic. A tree is more effectively killed by poisoning its roots slowly than by noisily chopping at its branches. So we entered a new shadow war. My chronicles became a record of subtle manipulations, of anonymous tips to employers, of mysteriously canceled meeting halls and uncooperative printers. We watched from a distance as the network, confused and paranoid, began to fray and collapse from within. It was the least satisfying investigation I had ever recorded, and yet I knew it to be perhaps the most profound. He was not just stopping a crime, he was preventing the conditions for 100 future crimes from taking root. He was gardening in the darkest soil of the city, weeding with a painstaking, invisible hand. The case of the anarchists had no dramatic conclusion, only a gradual, silent dissolution, and in that silence I understood the full measure of the man my friend had become. The silence that followed the dissolution of the anarchist cell was a different quality from the quiet that had preceded it. It was a settled silence, one of work completed rather of work avoided. I noticed a change in our clients, too. They were quieter, more desperate, but also more trusting. They did not come for a public vindication, but for a private salvation. Word had spread through channels I could not trace that our rooms at Baker Street were a place where impossible problems were not so much solved as dissolved. It was during this time that the letter from Mrs. Eliza Sterling arrived. It was a simple, elegant script on heavy vellum, requesting a consultation on a matter of domestic tranquility. She was the wife of Alastair Sterling, a man whose name was synonymous with the new wealth of the empire, a titan of industry who owned docks and warehouses and a fleet of merchant steamers. When she arrived, she was not what I had expected. She was a small, bird-like woman, her clothes of the finest quality but somehow seeming too large for her frame. Her eyes, however, held a fierce, intelligent light. "It is my husband," she began, her voice steady despite the slight tremor in her hands. "He is not himself. He has not been for 6 months. He is forgetful, paranoid. He accuses the servants of stealing trifles. He has changed the locks on his study 3 times. Our physician calls it a nervous disorder, a result of overwork. But I know my husband, Mr. Griffin. This is something else." Griffin listened, his gaze fixed on her. "You suspect foul play." "I suspect an influence," she said carefully. "A new secretary, a Mr. Thorne. He arrived 6 months ago. He is never far from my husband's side. He screens his correspondence, manages his schedule. Since his arrival, my husband has cut ties with his oldest friends and has made several questionable investments. I believe this Mr. Thorne is isolating him. For what purpose, I cannot say." It was a classic tale of predatory influence. I anticipated a swift investigation into Mr. Thorne's background, an exposure of his schemes, but Griffin asked a different question. "These questionable investments, have they resulted in a loss?" Mrs. Sterling frowned. "That is the strangest part. They have not. In fact, they have been remarkably profitable. But the nature of them is cruel. He invested in a company that forced a small, family-owned foundry into bankruptcy. He bought their property for a pittance. The old owner took his own life. My husband would never have done such a thing before. He spoke of community, of responsibility. This new man, he laughs at such notions. And my husband, he now laughs with him." Griffin was silent for a long moment. "You do not wish for me to merely remove Mr. Thorne, do you?" Tears finally welled in the woman's fierce eyes. "I want you to give me back my husband. I do not care about the money. I care about the man I married. This creature in his skin, he is a stranger." After she left, Griffin sat motionless. "This is not a case of coercion, Irving," he said. It is one of corruption, a poisoning of the soul. Thorn is not a common swindler. He is a philosopher of a particularly vile sort. He has found a man of wealth and power and is whispering a new gospel into his ear, one that justifies every avaricious impulse as strength and every moral qualm as weakness. His investigation was not of ledgers and deeds, but of ideas. He attended public lectures Thorn was known to frequent. He read the obscure, radical pamphlets that championed a ruthless social Darwinism. He learned that Thorn was not just a secretary. He was an acolyte of a dangerous ideology, and Alastair Sterling was his proving ground. The confrontation did not happen in our sitting room. Griffin arranged a meeting at the Sterling home in the husband's private study. He did not bring evidence of embezzlement. He brought a book. It was a volume of philosophy, one from Sterling's own library, heavily annotated in his own hand from years before. Passages about duty and integrity were underlined. Griffin placed it on the desk between them. Sterling, his face hard and suspicious, was flanked by the gaunt, watchful Mr. Thorn. "Your wife is concerned for you," Griffin began. "My wife is sentimental," Sterling snapped. "A luxury men in my position cannot afford." "Sentiment," Griffin agreed quietly, "is a luxury, but is a conscience." He opened the book to a specific page. "You wrote in the margin here, a man's wealth is his responsibility, not his reward." Sterling glanced at the page, then away, a flicker of discomfort in his eyes. Thorn leaned forward. "My employer has evolved in his thinking. He has outgrown the simplistic morality of his youth." "Has he?" Griffin's voice was like ice. "Or has he simply hired his own personal priest to absolve him of it? You are not making him stronger, Mr. Thorn. You are making him a slave to his own worst instincts. You have not freed him from his conscience. You have merely hired yourself to silence it." He did not look at Thorn as he spoke. He looked only at Sterling. He spoke not of money or investments, but of the old foundry owner, of the man's family, of the hollow sound of Sterling's new laughter. He held up a mirror not to a crime, but to a man's decaying soul. Thorn began to protest, to speak of the natural order, of the weakness of the unfit, but Sterling was not listening to him anymore. He was staring at his own youthful handwriting, at the ghost of the man he used to be. The hard, avaricious mask he had worn for months began to crack, revealing not strength, but a profound and terrified emptiness. Griffin did not wait for a confession or a dismissal. He simply stood and left. He had not solved a crime. He had administered an antidote. 2 days later, a package arrived. Inside was the book of philosophy and a brief, unsigned note. It read only, "The silence is unbearable." We learned later that Mr. Thorn had been dismissed. The investments, we heard, began to be quietly unwound. That evening, Griffin looked more tired than I had ever seen him. "That was the most difficult case yet," I ventured. He nodded slowly. "It is easy to stop a man from acting. It is another thing entirely to try and make him think again. I did not fight a villain today, Irving. I fought an idea, and one cannot arrest an idea." He looked into the fire, and for a moment I saw not the hunter nor the guardian, but the weary physician of a sick and troubled world. One can only hope to provide a better one. The fire crackled, its warmth doing little to dispel the chill his words had left in the room. The case of Alastair Sterling had left a deeper mark on him than any murder. It was one thing to confront a criminal, another to confront the void where a man's conscience used to be. In the weeks that followed, a new kind of quiet settled over him. The low, contemplative melodies from his violin became even more sparse, replaced by long periods of silence where he would simply sit, staring at the intricate patterns of the Persian slipper where he kept his tobacco, as if reading some profound truth in the worn leather. Our next client was a testament to the strange reputation we were cultivating. He was a man named Crocker, the foreman of a workhouse in the East End. He was a large man, built for physical labor, but his hands shook as he held his cap. He spoke not of a crime, but of a feeling. "It has the place, sir," he said, his voice a low rumble. "It has always been a hard place, you understand. It has meant to be, but these last months it has changed. It has not just hard, it has cruel. The air itself feels heavy with it. The boys, the ones who work the rag picking, they've gone quiet, they jump at shadows. And the new governor, Mr. Piers, he says it has just discipline, but it has a wrong sort of discipline." Griffin listened, his eyes closed. Describe the nature of this discipline. Crocker shifted uncomfortably. "It has the punishment, sir, for small things. A lad is slow, he gets no supper. He talks back, he gets the dark room for a night, but it has more than that. It has the way Piers looks at them, like he has enjoying it. The old governor was a stern man, but he was fair. This is different. It has like a sickness has gotten into the bricks." After the foreman left, I expected Griffin to dismiss it as a matter of poor management, something beyond our purview. Instead, he stood and fetched his coat. "A sickness in the bricks," he murmured. "That is precisely what it is, and like any sickness, it has a source." We did not go to the workhouse directly. Griffin spent 2 days in the reading room of the British Museum, studying parliamentary reports on workhouse administration and the philosophies of penal reform. He then spent another day visiting other institutions, speaking with governors and chaplains. He was not investigating a person, but a system, and how one man could twist it to a malignant purpose. When we finally presented ourselves at the workhouse, it was under the guise of a random sanitary inspection. Mr. Piers was a thin, precise man with wire-rimmed spectacles and a mouth like a razor cut. He showed us around with a cold pride, pointing out the spotless floors and the orderly rows of beds. Everything was correct, everything was clean, and everything was utterly devoid of warmth. It was in the yard that Griffin found what he was looking for. A group of boys were sorting rags, their movements listless, their eyes downcast. Griffin did not speak to them, he simply watched. He watched as one boy, no more than 10, stumbled and dropped his basket. A nearby guard, a hulking man with a cudgel, took a step forward. The boy flinched, a full-body spasm of pure terror, before the guard had even spoken a word. It was not the action, but the reaction that told the story. This was a fear that had been baked into the boy's bones. Piers smiled a thin, bloodless smile. "You see, they learn respect." Later in Piers's office, Griffin abandoned all pretense. "Your methods are efficient, Mr. Piers," he said, his tone conversational. "You have achieved remarkable order. I have read your thesis from your time at university, on the management of intractable populations. Fascinating. You argue that hope is the enemy of discipline, that to break a man's spirit is to ensure his compliance." Piers looked startled, then wary. "I am a practical man. These are practical methods." "They are," Griffin agreed, "but this is not a prison for convicted felons. It is a workhouse for the destitute. The law provides certain standards of care. The spirit of the law provides for the possibility of redemption. You are in violation of both." Piers scoffed. "You have no evidence. My books are in order. The place is clean." "I am not interested in your books," Griffin said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "I am interested in the silence of those boys. I am interested in the testimony of a foreman who fears the very air he breathes. I am interested in you." He leaned forward and his gaze was like a physical weight. "You are not a disciplinarian. You are an experimenter. These boys are your laboratory, and I will not allow it." He did not go to the police. He went over Piers's head to the Board of Governors. He presented no evidence of physical abuse, for there was none that would stand in a court. He presented a psychological profile of Piers, backed by the man's own academic writings. He spoke of the long-term cost of such terror, of the men it would create, of the societal rot it would foster. He argued that Piers's efficiency was a lie, that it was producing not productive citizens, but broken souls. It was a battle of ideas, fought in a wood-paneled room, and Griffin won. Mr. Piers was quietly transferred to a clerical position in a remote office, his career in humane management effectively over. The foreman, Crocker, was made interim governor. We visited a month later. The floors were perhaps less spotless. There was a murmur of conversation in the yard. The boys still looked thin and tired, but when one of them dropped a basket, he scrambled to pick it up with a frantic energy, not the frozen terror of before. The sickness had been purged. Walking back to Baker Street, Griffin seemed lighter. "That was a small thing," I said. "No, Irving," he replied, his breath misting in the cold air. "It was everything. A single brick reset. The entire structure of civilization is made of such bricks. Our work is to walk the wall and to reset the ones that have come loose." He looked up at the smoky London sky. "It is endless, thankless work, but it is the only work that matters." The following spring, a different sort of echo found its way to our door. It arrived not in the form of a client, but in a small, carefully wrapped parcel. Inside was a single, hand-turned wooden bird, its wings swept back as if in flight. The craftsmanship was exquisite. There was no note. Griffin held the small object in his palm, his long fingers curling around it. He did not speak for a full minute. "It is from the workhouse," he said finally, "from a boy named Jem, the one who dropped the basket." I was astonished. "How can you know that?" "He has a talent. Crocker mentioned it in his last letter. He has set up a small workshop for him, apprenticing him to a local carpenter." He placed the bird gently on the mantelpiece, next to the unanswered correspondence stabbed upon a knife. It looked strangely at home there, a tiny, carved testament to a different kind of victory. This silent gratitude seemed to unlock a new phase in his thinking. He began to see patterns not just in crimes, but in the very fabric of the city's despair. He spoke of levers and counterweights, of applying minimal, precise pressure to alter the trajectory of lives and institutions. He was no longer just a detective or a physician. He was becoming an engineer of human souls. It was this perspective that drew the attention of Sir Charles Warren, the Commissioner of Police. He came to us not at Baker Street, but in a closed carriage that met us as we walked in the park. He was a man built of duty and granite, and he was deeply uncomfortable. "Griffin," he began, dispensing with pleasantries, "there is a canker in the force. I cannot prove it, my own men. I feel it in the sloppiness of evidence, in the cases that are too neatly closed, in the fear that is not of criminals, but of colleagues." Griffin merely nodded. The Rottingdean thefts, the Hammersmith assault, the evidence was too perfect. Sir Charles stared at him, his jaw tight. "You know of them." "I know the pattern. A certain Sergeant Dobbs is the common thread. He is not the canker, but he is its most visible symptom. He is the man who makes the evidence perfect. Then give me the evidence against him, and I will have him in irons." Sir Charles's fist clenched on his knee. "That would be like plucking a single weed and leaving the root," Griffin replied, his gaze fixed on the passing streets. "Dobbs is a tool. The man you seek is Inspector Farnsworth. He has been methodically creating a network of loyalty and fear for the past 3 years. He does not take bribes. He trades in favors and futures. He is building a kingdom within your kingdom." The color drained from Sir Charles's face. Farnsworth was one of his most decorated, most trusted men. Griffin's plan was one of breathtaking audacity. He would not gather evidence against Farnsworth. Instead, he would use Farnsworth's own methods against him. He identified the weakest link in Farnsworth's chain, a young constable named Miller who had been coerced into compliance. Through a series of anonymous messages and staged encounters, Griffin provided Constable Miller with a way out, a path to redemption that involved not confession, but careful, documented betrayal. Miller began feeding false information up the chain, information that subtly misdirected investigations and sowed seeds of paranoia among Farnsworth's inner circle. For weeks, we watched as the corrupt network, confused and distrustful, began to turn on itself. Accusations flew in private, alliances fractured. The perfect evidence in new cases began to develop inexplicable flaws. Griffin did not destroy Farnsworth from the outside. He guided the inspector's own creation to consume itself from within. The end came not with a dramatic arrest at the yard, but with a quiet resignation. Inspector Farnsworth, his network in tatters, his authority undermined by a sudden and inexplicable series of professional failures, retired citing ill health. Sergeant Dobbs, suddenly without protection, was swiftly and quietly dismissed for procedural irregularities. The canker was excised, not with a sword, but with a scalpel. Sir Charles returned to us, a changed man. The granite was still there, but it was now layered with a profound unease. "How did you know?" he asked, his voice hushed. "How could you be so certain of the machinations of a man you never even met?" Griffin was looking at the small wooden bird on the mantel. "I did not need to meet him," he said. "I only needed to understand the system he had built. A system, like a man, has a character, it has tendencies, it seeks a certain equilibrium. Farnsworth's system was greedy, paranoid, and cruel. It was only a matter of time before it began to digest itself. I merely provided the initial, gentle push." After Sir Charles left, I poured 2 glasses of brandy. The room was dark, lit only by the fire. "You have just toppled a powerful man within the most powerful police force in the world," I said, handing him a glass, "and you did it without him even knowing your name." Griffin took the glass but did not drink. The firelight played across his features, making him look both ancient and terribly young. "That is the point, Irving. The work is not about my name. It is not about victory parades or dramatic showdowns. It is about the quiet restoration of balance. It is about ensuring that a boy in a workhouse can carve a bird without fear, and that a constable on his beat can serve the law without serving a corrupt master." He finally took a sip. "The world is a complex machine, and I am merely a mechanic, listening for the sound of a gear that is out of true. It is a lifetime's work." He looked at me, and in his eyes I saw the reflection of the flames and the deep, abiding satisfaction of a man who had finally found his true purpose. Story 4. The wind that morning carried the scent of rain that never fell, a damp promise that whispered through the manicured hedges of the courthouse square. It rustled the discarded pages of a legal brief caught in the iron grate of a storm drain, the paper fluttering like a trapped, wounded bird. The air itself felt charged, thick with the residue of 1,000 murmured conversations and the grim anticipation of the day to come. It was a wind that seemed to search for something, slipping through seams and under doors, hinting at secrets not yet unearthed. Inside the hushed theater of the courtroom, the air was still and cool, artificially preserved. The case was Colson versus Northwood Tobacco, a mammoth civil suit that had dragged the Goliath of industry into the stark light of public scrutiny. The plaintiffs were a constellation of families, their lives dimmed by cancer, their faces a silent, aching chorus in the front rows. Opposite them, separated by a gulf of polished oak, sat the defense team, their tailored suits like armor, their expressions carved from granite. Presiding over it all was Judge Christian, a man whose face had become a map of the strain, his eyes weary from reading the fine print of human suffering and corporate evasion. And between them the jury, 12 souls plucked from their lives to sit in judgment. Among them was Jard, a man who seemed to be made of the same quiet material as the courtroom itself. He was unassuming, his posture relaxed, his gaze thoughtful. He listened to the dry recitation of corporate bylaws and the tearful testimony of a widow with the same placid attention. He was a still pool, and no one could see the currents moving deep beneath his surface. During a recess, as others clustered around the coffee urn, Jard stood apart, looking out the tall window at the city. The wind pushed a lone leaf against the glass, a brittle brown thing scraping for purchase. A woman named Alara, a librarian with kind eyes, approached him. They did not speak of the case. They spoke of the unseasonable chill of the way the light hit the buildings across the street. It was an innocuous exchange, but Jard's words were chosen, his tone a soft, calming instrument. He made her feel heard, he made her feel smart. This was his work. In the evenings, Jard would return to a small, nondescript apartment that held no personal history. He would lock the door and only then shed the skin of the impartial juror. He would call a number that was not saved in his phone. Her voice was a low hum on the other end, a sound that felt like home. Gwen. They spoke in a coded language of their own design. The corporate lawyers were the gray suits. The lead plaintiff's attorney was the preacher. The trial was the weather, and their plan was simply the design. Gwen was the architect, Jard the craftsman on the inside. She moved through the city like a ghost, a clever woman who knew how to find leverage in the forgotten corners of people's lives. From a quiet corner of a public library or the anonymous booth of a diner, she fed him information. She had uncovered the gambling debts of a juror named Frank, a man with nervous hands and a sweating brow. She had traced the online activism of another, a young woman named Chloe whose righteous fury could be bent, with the right pressure, into a weapon. Gwen found the fractures, and Jard knew precisely how to tap them to make them split. The case against Northwood was a mountain of evidence, a damning chronology of suppressed research and targeted marketing. The civil defense lawyers, led by a man named Arthur Finch, whose moral compass was his only true asset, laid it out with methodical passion. They showed internal memos that used the word replacement for addiction. They presented graphs that mapped advertising campaigns onto rising cancer rates in specific demographics. The gray suits, in turn, fought back with obfuscation and doubt. They brought in experts who spoke in riddles of statistics, who questioned causes, who painted a picture of personal choice and genetic lottery. Jard watched it all, a silent conductor. In the jury room, he was never the first to speak. He let the initial currents of opinion flow around him. Frank the gambler was easily swayed by bluster, his own instability making him cling to the loudest voice. Chloe the activist was a flame of indignation, quick to condemn the entire corporate machine. Jard waited, he listened. And then, with a question so gentle it seemed innocent, he would shift the entire foundation of the debate. "Of course the memos are damning," he would say, his voice quiet, forcing the others to lean in. "But I keep wondering, if we were to rule for the plaintiffs, what becomes of the 10,000 people who work in the Northwood plant 3 towns over? Their jobs aren't evil. Their lives aren't a memo." He was not defending the corporation. He was simply widening the lens, introducing a new, troubling element into the moral equation. He spoke of precedent, of unintended consequences, his words flowing like a slow, deliberate melody, hypnotic, guiding their minds away from the raw emotion of the widow's testimony and into the cold, complex maze of real-world ramifications. He would then find Frank alone by the water cooler. "Tough day," Jard would murmur. "All that talk of money makes you think about your own, doesn't it? The stability of it." He never offered anything. He only planted a seed of anxiety, knowing Frank's mind would water it with his own fears. To Chloe, he spoke of systemic change. A financial penalty is just a cost of doing business for them. It doesn't break the system, it just pays a toll. He saw the light in her eyes dim with frustration, then flicker with a new, more radical idea he had carefully implanted. Gwen's voice in his ear each night was his anchor. "The gray suits are getting nervous," she whispered one evening, the sound of rain finally pattering against his window. "They've identified Frank as weak. They're preparing an approach." Jard closed his eyes, a slow smile touching his lips. This was part of the design. Let the corporation play its hand. Let them commit the crime of jury tampering. It was a card he would hold and play at the exact right moment. The pressure in the courtroom tightened like a vice. Judge Christian's rulings became sharper, his patience a thin veneer over the simmering tension. The tobacco moguls, unseen puppeteers in distant skyscrapers, exerted their force through their lawyers, whose eyes grew harder, more desperate. A cloud of expensive cologne and cold ambition seemed to follow them. Arthur Finch and his team fought on, their weariness a physical weight, their belief in their cause the only fuel they had left. The climax did not arrive with a shout, but with a whisper. It was the final day of deliberations. The jury was deadlocked 6-6. The air in the room was stale, thick with exhaustion and unspoken animosity. Frank was pale, his hand trembling as he reached for a glass of water. Chloe had withdrawn into a sullen silence, her idealism shattered against the rocks of pragmatic argument. Jard stood and walked to the window. The rain had passed, leaving the city washed and gleaming in a sudden, sharp sunlight. He turned to face the room, his figure silhouetted against the bright glass. "I think we've been looking at this the wrong way," he said, his voice so calm it cut through the fatigue. "This isn't about guilt. Northwood is guilty. We all know that in here." He tapped his chest. "This is about what justice actually looks like. A massive punitive ruling. It will be tied up in appeals for a decade. These families will never see a dime. It will be a headline, and then it will be a footnote." He moved back to the table, his fingers tracing the wood grain. "But if we fine for the plaintiffs and award them a symbolic amount, one that acknowledges their loss but doesn't trigger a corporate war of attrition, we win. The public record will show their guilt. The story will be that a jury of their peers looked them in the eye and said, 'We see you.' The shame will be a stain that no amount of money can wash out. It will be a weapon that keeps on cutting, deeper than any dollar amount ever could." He had taken Chloe's desire for systemic change and Frank's fear of chaos and fused them into this third path. It was a masterpiece of manipulation, a verdict that felt like a moral victory but was, in reality, a stunning victory for the corporation. A slap on the wrist, a cost of doing business, just as he had told Chloe. The vote shifted, the gavel fell. The trial of Colson versus Northwood Tobacco was over. In the chaotic aftermath, as reporters swarmed and lawyers gave grim statements, Jard slipped away. He met Gwen not in a passionate embrace, but in the calm quiet of a city park. They sat on a bench, the wet wood dark beneath them. They did not touch, they did not smile. "Oh, it's done," he said. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the pond where ducks rippled the reflected sky. The money was transferred, the accounts are closed. They had not been working for the corporation. They had not been working for the plaintiffs. They had been working for a third party, a rival conglomerate with its own interests, who had paid them a king's fortune to ensure the verdict crippled Northwood's public image without crippling its financial structure, leaving it vulnerable to a takeover. They had played both sides against the middle, and they had won. Weeks later, the story had faded from the headlines. The wind that had once whispered of secrets had moved on, replaced by the placid air of a settled matter. The courthouse stood as it always had, its stone facade indifferent. The jury room, once a crucible of tension and manipulation, was just a room again. Chairs were tucked nightly under a table. A whiteboard, wiped clean, held no trace of the arguments that had raged across its surface. The only sound was the faint, steady hum of the air conditioning, a neutral, uneventful drone. The dust motes danced in a solitary sunbeam, undisturbed, carrying no memory of the crime that had been committed there, the perfect crime that had looked, for all the world, like justice. He found the letter a month later, slipped under his door in an envelope of thick, expensive paper. There was no return address, only his name typed in a crisp, anonymous font. Inside was a single sentence. "We have a proposition for you." It was not a request, it was a summons. He felt no surprise, only a cold, professional acknowledgement. They had been too good, too clean. In their success, they had created a new kind of notoriety, one visible only to those who knew how to look for the seams in the fabric of reality. He did not call Gwen. He followed the protocol they had established for a worst-case scenario. He went to the bus station and stood before the large schedule board, his hands in his pockets. At precisely 3:15 p.m., the destinations flickered and changed. For a single second, amidst the names of distant cities, one line read simply, "The Botanist, 5 p.m." The Botanist was a quiet, upscale tea shop tucked away on a side street, filled with the humid, earthy scent of growing things. He took a seat in the back, near a wall of lush ferns. He ordered a pot of oolong and waited. At 5 minutes past the hour, a man sat down opposite him. He was older, with the relaxed posture of someone who had never had to ask for anything twice. He wore a simple, well-cut suit, but his hands were what Jard noticed most. They were calm, resting on the table, utterly still. The man did not introduce himself. He poured himself a cup of tea from Jard's pot as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "A remarkable piece of work," the man said, his voice a low, pleasant baritone. "The Colson verdict. We've been analyzing it. The precision was surgical. Jard said nothing. He sipped his tea, the flavor blooming, floral and faintly smoky. Your partner is very talented. Her research is impeccable. Your understanding of group dynamics is instinctual. It is a rare partnership. The man set his cup down. We represent a consortium. Our interests are varied, and we find that the traditional avenues of influence are increasingly unreliable. The law is a blunt instrument. Public opinion is a fickle beast. What you did was something else entirely. You didn't brake the machine. You simply reached inside and adjusted the gears. What do you want? Jared asked, his voice as neutral as the man's. We have a list, the man said. It is not a long list, but each item on it is of profound importance. A trade agreement, a patent dispute that will shape an entire industry for the next century, an environmental regulation that is inconvenient to certain parties. These are not matters for a courtroom. They are matters for a room like that one. He gestured vaguely, encompassing the quiet tea shop, the jury room, the whole invisible theater of influence. We want you to curate the outcomes. Jard looked past the man at the delicate fronds of a fern. He thought of the wind that had searched the courthouse square, and he knew that a new, more powerful current had found him. There was no refusing. To refuse was to become a liability, and liabilities were removed. To accept was to step into a world with no edges, no end, a life of shaping the world from the shadows. He gave a single, slow nod. The man smiled, a small, economical movement of his lips. Good. The first briefing will be tomorrow. Your partner will be provided for. You will not see us again unless it is necessary. He stood, leaving his half-finished cup of tea on the table. He walked away and was gone, leaving Jard alone with the plants and the quiet hum of a new, deeper design beginning. The oolong had gone cold. Jard sat for a long time after the man left, watching the steam cease its lazy ascent from the spout of the pot. The ferns beside him seemed to press closer, their vibrant green feeling suddenly artificial, like a stage set. He had thought the Northwood case was the pinnacle, a perfect, self-contained masterpiece of manipulation. Now he saw it for what it was, an audition, and he had passed. He left the tea shop and walked for hours, his mind not racing, but methodically cataloging. He thought of Gwen. The protocol meant she already knew. She would be waiting, her own cold analysis matching his. They were no longer artists who had completed a magnum opus. They were tools that had been found useful, acquired by a new, permanent owner. The first briefing arrived not as a file, but as a presence. A different man, younger, with the calm eyes of a soldier, met him at the public library. He handed Jard a plain e-reader. It wipes clean after 60 minutes, he said softly, before melting back into the stacks. The document inside was not about law or corporate strategy. It was about people, a committee chairwoman in Brussels with a secret taste for a rare, controlled substance. A media baron in Hong Kong whose foundation was a carefully constructed lie. A union leader in Detroit whose son was deeply, dangerously in debt to the wrong people. The goal was not a verdict, but a vote. A single, obscure amendment to a sprawling trade agreement that would, in effect, grant a single corporation a de facto monopoly on a new class of polymer. This was the next level. This was the levers of power itself. He and Gwen worked from separate, anonymous locations, their communication a complex dance of encrypted bursts and dead drops. The work was colder, more abstract, and far more dangerous. There were no grieving families in the front row to use as emotional leverage, only the cold calculus of influence and consequence. Jard found he had to adjust his technique. In the jury room, he had played on morality and consequence. Here he was scripting a narrative for a handful of key individuals, a story where voting for the amendment was not corruption, but the only sane, responsible choice. He used their own biases and fears as his building materials. The vote passed. It was a non-event in the news, a single-line item buried in a larger story. No one celebrated. A transfer of wealth occurred, so vast it was invisible. The next assignment came, then another. They never knew the true clients, only the objectives. They became ghosts in the global machine, their fingerprints on everything from the derailment of a green energy bill to the sudden favorable settlement of a decades-old water rights war. Jard's apartment remained sparse, but a safe deposit box in Zurich began to grow heavy. He and Gwen met rarely, and when they did, the silence between them was longer, filled with the weight of the world they were bending. One evening, after ensuring a particular senator would withdraw his opposition to a defense contract, Jard received a message. It was not through the usual channel. It was a postcard, a generic image of a mountain landscape waiting in his mailbox. The message on the back was typed. The design is flawed. Look at the source code. A friend. His blood, usually so cool, ran cold. It was the first crack in the perfect, silent wall of their operation. Someone new, someone who was not their handler, someone who called themselves a friend. He followed every security protocol, checking for surveillance, scanning his devices. He found nothing. That night he stared at the postcard. The mountain was pristine, untouched. He thought of the jury room, of the dust motes in the sunbeam, carrying no memory. He had been wrong. The crime was never perfect. It was simply waiting for the right wind to expose it. And now that wind had begun to blow again, and this time it was searching for him. He did not destroy the postcard. That would be an admission of its importance. Instead, he placed it between the pages of a heavy, legal tome in his apartment, a silent, hidden splinter in his mind. The design is flawed. Look at the source code. The words looped in his thoughts, a taunt and a warning. Their work was the design. The source code could only be one thing, their handlers, the consortium itself. For the first time, he broke their protocol and contacted Gwen directly, using a phrase they had reserved for true catastrophe. They met at dawn on a closed ferry, the gray water of the harbor churning below them, the air sharp with salt and decay. "Did you receive anything?" he asked, his voice low, his eyes scanning the few other passengers, their faces bleary with the early hour. "Nothing," she said, her own gaze fixed on the receding city. "Is it a test from them? Or a trap from a rival, or a genuine warning?" He told her about the postcard. "They know our methods, Gwen. They know we look for leverage in the forgotten corners. This person found us in ours." A week passed with no further contact. Their next assignment proceeded as normal, a delicate operation involving the board of a multinational tech firm. Jard executed his part with cold precision, but his mind was a divided system, one part running the manipulation, the other scanning the environment for another crack, another message. He felt the presence of the unknown player like a static charge in the air. The second message came not to him, but to Gwen. A book left on her usual table at a different library, a dense history of the printing press. Inside, a single phrase was lightly penciled in a margin next to a chapter on censorship. The first draft is always written by the victor. She showed it to him in a secure location, her face a mask of controlled alarm. "They know my habits, they know where I go." This was no longer a single shot across the bow. It was a sustained campaign. Their anonymity, their greatest shield, was compromised. The friend was not just warning them. They were demonstrating their own capability, proving they could reach into the very routines that formed the bedrock of Gwen and Jard's security. Jard spent the next 48 hours in a state of intense, silent paranoia. He replayed every operation, every face in a crowd, every seemingly random event of the last year. The source code, the victor's draft, the pieces clattered in his head, refusing to fit together. Then, on the third day, as he watched a press conference on television, a connection sparked. The subject was the trade agreement amendment, their first job for the consortium. A mid-level diplomat, a man named Alistair Peck, was being praised for his foresight and diligence in steering the amendment to passage. He was a minor functionary, a name on a list Gwen had provided, a man with no leverage and thus no need for their manipulation. He had been irrelevant to their design, but there he was, being elevated, his career suddenly in ascendance. Jard found the original briefing document on a secure, air-gapped device. He read past the targets, past the goals, to the ancillary players. Alastair Peck's name was there, and next to it in the notes provided by the consortium was a single, seemingly innocuous line, potential for future utility. He cross-referenced other operations, a journalist who had written a key, favorable article after they had neutralized a source of opposition, a regulator who had been promoted after a decision they had engineered. In every case, a minor, seemingly random beneficiary emerged, their careers advanced. These people were not their targets, they were not the clients, they were byproducts. "The design is flawed," he whispered to the empty room. They had assumed they were working for a faceless consortium with shifting corporate interests. But what if they were not the architects? What if they were just a sophisticated tool, a brush in the hand of a painter? The true design wasn't the individual outcomes. It was the pattern of people being placed in positions of influence. They weren't just shaping decisions. They were unknowingly building a network, planting assets loyal to a single, unknown cause. The friend wasn't warning them about the morality of their work. They were warning them that they were cogs in a much larger, more terrifying machine, and they were now expendable. The first draft of this new world was indeed being written, and Jard and Gwen were the ghostwriters who were about to be edited out. The final message would not be a postcard. It would be a bullet or a quiet disappearance. Their only chance was to find the author before the author decided to delete them. He found Alastair Peck's file was a dead end. The man had been transferred to a diplomatic post in a remote country, a polite form of exile. The trail was cold. The friend had gone silent, leaving them with only the chilling certainty of their own expendability. The work continued, a relentless march of assignments, but every directive from the consortium now felt like a possible prelude to a knife in the dark. It was Gwen who found the next thread. She had been obsessively reviewing the digital footprints of their past operations, the money trails they were never meant to see. "Look at this," she said, her voice flat over the encrypted line. She had isolated a series of payments, not the massive transfers to their accounts, but smaller, recurring flows. They were routed through a shell company he recognized, one that had been a minor player in the Northwood case. It was a name from a lifetime ago, a ghost he had thought was buried. "The money from the rival conglomerate," he said, "the one that paid us to sabotage Northwood." "It's the same shell," Gwen confirmed. "The consortium that owns us now, it's the same entity that hired us for Coulson versus Northwood. They were never a rival. They were the same people testing us, grooming us." The realization was like a physical blow. They had never been free agents. They had been owned from the very beginning, their masterpiece of manipulation merely the final exam before their permanent induction. The Coulson case wasn't an audition. It was the first move in a much longer game, and they had been pieces on the board from the start. The next assignment was the most ambitious yet. It involved a Supreme Court justice. The goal was not to influence a specific case, but to encourage an early retirement, to create a vacancy at a politically expedient time. The leverage was a secret, one so deeply buried that even Gwen was impressed by the consortium's reach. It was the kind of operation that defined eras. It was also, Jard knew with cold certainty, the perfect kind of operation to leave behind loose ends that needed tying up. Once the retirement was announced, he and Gwen would be the two people alive who knew how it had been engineered. They had to move. Disappearing from the consortium would be the most difficult manipulation of their lives. They began to plan, not as architects of others' fates, but as fugitives. They siphoned funds, built new identities, and identified a vanishing point, a small country with no extradition. They prepared to become ghosts in truth. The night before the justice was scheduled to announce his retirement, Jard stood in his apartment, a single bag packed. He was waiting for the final all clear from Gwen. It never came. Instead, his screen flickered. A single line of text appeared, white on a black background, the font identical to the first letter he had received under his door. "The design requires its tools. Stand down." He tried to call Gwen. Her line was dead. He initiated the emergency protocols, the ones they had designed for this exact moment. He moved toward the door, his hand on the knob. It was then he noticed the silence. The ever-present hum of the city outside his upscale apartment was gone. He looked through the peephole. The hallway was dark, empty. A calm, resonant voice spoke from behind him, in the center of his living room. "We invested a great deal in you, Jard." Jard turned slowly. It was the first man from the tea shop, the one with the calm hands. He stood near the window, his posture relaxed. He was not pointing a weapon. He didn't need to. The power was in his presence, in the fact that he was here, in the heart of Jard's sanctuary. "The design is not flawed," the man continued. "It is simply complex. You were meant to see the pattern eventually. It is a test of loyalty, to see if you understand that you are part of something greater than your own conscience." "Where is Gwen?" Jard asked, his voice steady, though his heart was a hammer against his ribs. "She is being given the same choice." The man gestured to the bag by the door. "You can run, you are skilled, you might even survive for a few years, or you can accept your role. The work is not done, in fact, it is just beginning. The next phase requires architects, not just tools." The choice was an illusion. Running meant a life of fear, of waiting for the end. It also meant leaving Gwen to her fate. Staying meant accepting that he was a permanent part of the machine, that his soul was a traded commodity. But it meant power, a deeper, more intimate knowledge of the design. He looked at the man, at the utter certainty in his eyes, and he knew that this was the true verdict, the one that had been waiting for him since the moment he had convinced 12 people that shame was a better currency than justice. He let his bag drop to the floor. The sound was final. "Good," the man said. He walked to the door and opened it. The hallway lights were back on. The city's hum returned. "Your first briefing as a permanent asset is tomorrow. Your partner will be there." He left, closing the door softly behind him. Jard stood in the sudden silence, the ghost of his escape attempt lying at his feet. He walked to the window and looked down at the city, a sprawling, glittering circuit board. He had spent his life learning how to manipulate the currents that flowed through it. Now he understood he had simply been plugged into a larger power source. There was no outside, there was only the design and his place within it. The wind outside his window no longer whispered secrets. It just was, a force of nature, indifferent to the machines it powered. The briefing room was a sterile, windowless space buried in the sub-level of a corporate high-rise. Gwen was already there, seated at a polished steel table. Her eyes met his, and in that shared glance was a universe of understanding. They had both made the same calculation. There was no apology, no relief, only the grim acknowledgement of their new, permanent reality. The man from the tea shop was not present. Instead, a woman with severe silver hair and a data pad spoke. "The Colson-Northwood merger was Phase 1. The network you have been cultivating is Phase 2. Phase 3 begins now." She gestured, and a holographic schematic of global financial markets bloomed above the table. "Your objective is not to influence a single decision, but to introduce a systemic vulnerability." She explained it with the dispassion of an engineer. They were to craft a narrative of instability, a series of seemingly unrelated events that would create a cascade of fear in a specific sector. A shipping delay here, a minor regulatory scare there, a fabricated labor dispute somewhere else. The goal was to trigger an algorithmic flash crash, a momentary dip that would allow the consortium to acquire a key portfolio of assets for pennies on the dollar. It was macroeconomic engineering. They were no longer pulling levers, they were writing the software for the machine. The work was more abstract and more profound than anything they had done before. Jard found a strange, hollow peace in it. The moral qualms were a luxury he had traded for survival and a front-row seat to the true nature of power. He and Gwen worked in tandem, their minds a single, ruthless instrument. They scripted the panic, designing the emotional contagion that would spread from human traders to the machines that now dominated the market. The crash happened on a Tuesday. It was over in 7 minutes, a blip on the screens of most, a catastrophe for a few, and a windfall of unimaginable scale for their handlers. As the system stabilized, Jard received a single encrypted data packet. It contained no message, only a file. It was the complete, unredacted personnel roster for the consortium's operational wing. He saw his own name, he saw Gwen's, and he saw the name of the woman with the silver hair. It was a gesture of trust, or a demonstration of ultimate control. He now knew the names of his captors. That night, in a safe house apartment provided by the consortium, he sat with Gwen. The silence between them was different now. It was not filled with the weight of their actions, but with the shape of the structure they were inside. "We're in the source code," Gwen said quietly, staring at the city lights. Jard nodded. The postcard from the friend felt like a message from a different lifetime. He now understood it had likely been a final test from the consortium itself, a probe of their loyalty and their problem-solving skills. There was no external threat. There was only the system and their ever-deeper integration into it. A new assignment appeared on his terminal. It was not a briefing, but a biography. A young, idealistic politician was gaining traction on a platform of antitrust reform. His policies were a direct threat to several of the consortium's core interests. The objective was not to destroy him, but to assimilate him. To find the levers that would turn his passion into something more manageable, to guide his career onto a path that ultimately served the design. Jard read the file, his mind already working, sorting through the man's history, his relationships, his unspoken desires. He looked up from the screen and saw his own reflection in the dark glass of the window. The man staring back was calm, capable, and utterly resigned. He was not a ghost in the machine. He was a subroutine executing perfectly. He opened a new document and began to write the first lines of the politician's new, unwritten future. The wind outside had finally stopped blowing for good. The first step was to understand the politician's ecosystem. His name was Elias Thorne. He was a former nonprofit lawyer, a man whose public image was built on a foundation of genuine conviction. This made him more difficult, but also more valuable. Corruptible men were a dime a dozen. A man who could be turned while believing he was holding true to his principles was a masterpiece. Jard immersed himself in Thorne's life, not as a predator stalking prey, but as a scholar studying a complex text. He found the pressure point not in a mistress or a hidden bank account, but in a person. Thorne's older sister, Alara, ran a struggling organic farm. She was his moral compass, the anchor to his humble roots. The consortium's preliminary assessment had flagged her as a potential vulnerability, but their solution was crude. Financial ruin followed by a rescue, creating a debt of gratitude. Jard saw a more elegant path. He designed a narrative where Alara's farm was not saved by a mysterious benefactor, but became a celebrated example of sustainable agriculture, boosted by a series of favorable articles and a distribution deal with a high-end grocery chain. The leverage was not in a debt, but in the threat of taking it all away. The beauty was that Thorne would never be approached. He would only see his sister's dream flourishing. His gratitude and relief would make him receptive to the subtle, subsequent guidance from new allies who would gently steer him away from his most disruptive policy proposals. Gwen approved the strategy with a quiet nod. It's cleaner. It uses his own goodness as the lever. They set the plan in motion. It was like conducting an orchestra where no musician knew they were being led. The articles were written, the deal was brokered. Jard watched from a distance as Elias Thorne gave a speech, the fire of his antitrust rhetoric slightly tempered, a new, pragmatic strand woven into his ideology. It was working. A week later, a package arrived at the safe house. It was a small wooden box containing a single, perfect heirloom tomato from Alara's farm, along with a handwritten note from Elias Thorne himself, addressed to a fictitious PR firm Jard had created. The note was effusive, thanking them for their unsolicited but incredibly effective support of his sister's work. The tomato was a deep, bloody red. Jard held it in his hand, feeling its firm, living weight. It was the fruit of his labor, literal and tangible. He did not eat it. He placed it on the counter, where it slowly began to soften and wrinkle over the following days, a quiet monument to his latest victory. The consortium was pleased. Their control was now so complete that they did not even need to issue direct orders. Jard and Gwen were given broader mandates, a license to proactively identify and neutralize threats to the ecosystem they were building. They had become gardeners, pruning and shaping the political and economic landscape. One evening, while reviewing a stream of economic data, Gwen paused. The flash crash we engineered, the portfolio the consortium acquired, I've been tracking the assets. She pulled up a new schematic. They're all related to infrastructure, water rights, power grid management, data storage facilities. Jard looked at the map she had built. It was no longer a financial portfolio. It was a blueprint for control over the basic necessities of modern life. The consortium wasn't just seeking wealth or influence. It was building something else entirely, a kind of sovereign entity woven into the fabric of society itself. It's the next phase, he said. They're not just writing the first draft of history, they're building the library. He felt no outrage, only a deepening cold. This was the design in its full scope. He and Gwen were not just architects of individual fates anymore. They were laying the foundations for a new kind of world, one where the levers of reality were owned by a silent, unaccountable few. The tomato sat on the counter, now collapsed in on itself, a small, rotting sun in the sterile kitchen. He knew then that there was no going back, not because he was a prisoner, but because he had helped to build the walls of his own prison, and they were being extended, brick by brick, to enclose everyone else. The silence in the safe house was a physical presence, thick with the unspoken understanding of what they had helped to build. Gwen did not look away from the schematic. The library, she repeated, her voice a low murmur. And we're the librarians. The next directive confirmed it. They were to analyze a rising populist movement in a key European nation. The movement was anti-establishment, chaotic, and threatened to destabilize a region crucial to the consortium's emerging infrastructure network. The old method would have been to crush it, to dig up dirt on its leaders and orchestrate a scandal. The new directive was different. It was to co-opt it. To identify the most malleable figures within the movement and elevate them, to subtly shift its rhetoric until its anger was channeled against the consortium's commercial rivals and political obstacles. They were to turn a wildfire into a controlled burn, a tool for clearing the land. Jard worked with a detached precision. He identified a charismatic but intellectually shallow member of the movement's inner circle. A man driven more by a desire for acclaim than by any deep-seated ideology. It was a simple matter of crafting the right opportunities, of placing the right words in the right mouths at the right time, until this man became the de facto voice of the movement. The fire remained, but its direction was now theirs to choose. The success was absolute. The movement was neutered, its energy harnessed. A report of their success landed in their secure inbox, followed not by congratulations, but by a new file. This one was not a political or economic target. It was a person, a journalist. Her name was Anya Sharma, and she was digging. She had connected a series of seemingly minor events, a shipping delay, a regulatory shift, a bank's unexpected policy change, and was piecing together the pattern of the flash crash. She was a mouse sniffing at the foundations of the library. The directive was clear and simple: neutralize the threat. The file contained everything they needed: her routines, her vulnerabilities, her weak points. It was a test, Jard knew, a test of their final evolution. Political manipulation was one thing. This was something more direct, more personal. He looked across the room at Gwen. Her face was pale, her fingers still on her keyboard. She was staring at the photograph of Anya Sharma, a woman with intelligent, determined eyes. "We can't," Gwen said. Her voice was barely audible. "We have to," Jard replied, his own voice hollow. "It's the design. She is a flaw in the code." "There are other ways," Gwen insisted, turning to him. For the first time in months, he saw a flicker of the old fear, the old conscience in her eyes. "We can discredit her. We can bury her in misinformation. We don't have to delete her." The file was explicit. The journalist was too close, too smart, disinformation would only delay her. The design required a permanent solution. The consortium was not asking for their opinion, it was presenting them with a necessary action. The design requires its tools, Jard said, echoing the words from the man in his apartment. He was trying to convince himself as much as her. We knew it would come to this. This is the price of seeing the blueprint. Gwen stood up and walked to the window, her back to him. The city lights twinkled, a vast network they now helped to manage. I thought we were building a library, she said, not a prison with a death row. The choice was upon them again, but this time it was different. It was not about their own survival, but about the nature of the souls they had left. To refuse was to declare themselves flawed tools to be discarded. To comply was to cross a final, internal line from which there was no return. Jard opened the file again. He looked at Anya Sharma's life laid bare for their use. He began to type. He outlined a plan not for her death, but for her assimilation. A complex, risky strategy to turn her, to use her skills for the consortium. It was a defiance, a gamble that their value as architects would outweigh their disobedience as tools. He finished the proposal and looked at Gwen. I'm sending it. She didn't turn around, but after a long moment, she gave a single, sharp nod. The response from the consortium was immediate. His screen went black, then lit up with a single word. Inadequate. Below it, a new file appeared, simpler, cleaner. A timeline for a car accident. It was not a suggestion, it was the design, and they were the tools meant to enact it. The wind outside had not stopped blowing after all. It had just been waiting to carry out a new, more final command. Jard closed the file. The details were burned into his mind. He looked at Gwen, who had finally turned from the window. Her eyes were dry, but wide with a kind of terminal understanding. They had run out of elegant solutions. We have 48 hours, he said, his voice flat. They worked in a silence more profound than any they had ever shared. They were not crafting a narrative or engineering a panic. They were arranging a death. Jard handled the logistics, exploiting his knowledge of traffic camera systems and municipal maintenance schedules. Gwen worked on the digital ghosting, creating the faint, misleading trail that would suggest Anya Sharma was pursuing a light in another country. It was meticulous, cold, and horrifically efficient. The night before it was to happen, Jard could not sleep. He sat in the dark, the image of the tomato, now a shriveled black lump in the kitchen trash, floating in his vision. He thought of the 12 jurors from his first trial, their faces blurred by time. He had stolen their verdict. This was different. This was a theft for which there was no possible restitution. He must have dozed off in his chair because the sound of the door opening startled him awake. Dawn was a gray smear at the window. Gwen stood there, dressed in black, her car keys in her hand. Her face was a mask of resolve. "It is time," she said. He followed her out. They drove in silence to the predetermined location, a rain-slicked street on Anya Sharma's regular route to a source. They parked a block away in the shadow of a bridge, their view of the spot clear. The wait was interminable, each second a hammer fall on the anvil of his conscience. He watched the early morning traffic, each set of headlights a potential herald. Then he saw her, Anya Sharma's small blue car. It was her. She was listening to the radio, her head nodding slightly to a beat only she could hear. Jard's breath caught in his throat. This was the flaw in the code, a living, breathing woman. His hand moved to the door handle. He didn't know what he would do, sprint into the street, wave his arms, anything. But his fingers merely brushed the cold metal. He was frozen, a prisoner of the design he had helped to write. A large delivery truck, its timing perfect, ran the red light. The impact was a sickening crunch of metal and glass, a sound that seemed to go on forever. The blue car was spun, crushed, pushed into a lamp post. Gwen let out a small, choked sound. Jard could not look away. He saw the stillness that settled over the wreckage. The design had executed its command. The flaw was corrected. They drove back to the safe house as the sun properly rose, its light feeling obscene. The message was waiting for them on the terminal, a single line of text. The design is stable, await further instruction. Gwen walked past him into the bathroom. He heard the shower turn on. Jard remained standing, his body humming with a strange, empty energy. He walked to the counter where the tomato had rotted and placed his palms flat on the cold surface. He looked at his reflection in the dark screen of the terminal. The man he saw was no longer a subroutine. He was the machine itself. He had not just seen the blueprint. He had become one of its permanent, load-bearing walls. There was no more conflict, no more fear. There was only the next task, and the one after that, stretching into a future he had helped to make inevitable. The silence after the shower ran was the loudest he had ever heard. Gwen emerged, her hair damp, her skin pale. She did not look at him. She went to her terminal and began to type, her movements sharp and precise. She was building a new model, analyzing the market volatility caused by the political assimilation of Elias Thorne. She was working. Life, it seemed, was the only thing to do next. Jard mirrored her. He opened a fresh file, a demographic study for a new public awareness campaign the consortium was funding. The work was a narcotic, dulling the sharp edges of the morning. He typed, he calculated, he designed. He was good at it. He was the best. Days bled into weeks. The consortium's assignments grew in scope and subtlety. They were no longer fixing problems, but shaping realities. They engineered cultural trends, gently steering public opinion against concepts like economic protectionism and in favor of globalized data-sharing agreements that benefited the consortium's infrastructure projects. They were ghostwriters for the zeitgeist. One afternoon, a notification chimed on his secure line. It was a news alert he had set for Anya Sharma's name. The official investigation had concluded. A tragic accident caused by a delivery driver who had fallen asleep at the wheel. The driver had been overworked, a victim of a brutal gig economy. There was a small, sympathetic article about him. Jard read it, his heart a cold, still stone in his chest. The design was not only stable, it was self-cleaning. It produced its own plausible deniability. He became aware of Gwen watching him from across the room. "You saw it," she stated. "Yes, it's done," she said. There was no emotion in her voice. It was a fact. That night Jard dreamed of the tomato. In the dream it was not rotting, but whole and perfect. He bit into it, and its flesh was not sweet, but metallic like blood. He woke with a start, his mouth dry. The digital clock read 3:07 a.m. The apartment was silent. He got up for a glass of water and saw a faint light from under Gwen's door. He found her sitting on the floor, her back against her bed, her terminal open on her lap. She wasn't working. She was staring at a simple, text-based file. It was the personnel roster they had been sent after the flash crash, the list of names. "I can't stop reading it," she whispered into the dim room. "The woman with the silver hair. Her name is Dr. Aris Thorne." The name struck a chord, faint and dissonant. Jard knelt beside her, looking at the screen. Dr. Aris Thorne, he scanned up. Elias Thorne, the politician. Elara Thorne, the farmer. It was a family. The realization settled over them, cold and heavy. The politician they had turned, the sister they had leveraged, were not random pieces on a board. They were relatives of a high-ranking member of the consortium itself. Dr. Aris Thorne had overseen the operation targeting her own brother. It was a level of detachment that was almost divine. A test within a test, a demonstration that even blood was subordinate to the design. Gwen looked at him, and in her eyes he saw the last vestige of something break. There's no bottom to this, Jard. There's no line they want to cross because there are no lines. It's just a pattern replicating itself. A new email arrived, its arrival silent, but its notification icon a bright, demanding red in the darkness. Jard opened it. It was a new assignment. The target was a small, independent nation's central banking system. The objective was a slow, quiet takeover to be achieved through a series of manufactured liquidity crises and political donations. It was the library acquiring another wing. Jard looked from the screen to Gwen's exhausted face, then back to the list of names. Dr. Eris Thorne. He understood now that the roster was not a gesture of trust, but a taunt. It was a way of showing them that every name, every life was just an entry in a database waiting to be processed. He began to type a response to the new assignment. His fingers moved with a certainty he had not felt in months. He was not writing an acceptance. He was drafting a proposal of his own, a way to introduce a flaw not in a person but in the system itself, a hidden subroutine. It was a suicide note written in code, but it was the first authentic thing he had done since he walked into the man's apartment a lifetime ago. He finished and looked at Gwen. He didn't need to speak. She saw the decision in his face. After a long moment, a ghost of a smile touched her lips, the first in a very long time. She gave a single, sharp nod. Story 5. The first thing Doris noticed about the headmistress's office was the desk. It was a vast mahogany beast, an heirloom meant to convey solidity and tradition, but it sat in the room all wrong. It was pushed too far back, creating a yawning expanse of Persian rug between it and the two guest chairs. It made the person summoned to sit there feel like a small child awaiting judgment, forced to cross a no-man's land just to hand over a note. The proportions of the space were off, the balance of power deliberately skewed by a few feet of furniture placement. Doris felt the subtle intimidation in her bones. It was a room designed for confessions. Elena, the headmistress, was a woman carved from the same wood as the desk. Her silver hair was a severe helmet, her suit a knife pleat of charcoal gray. She did not smile. She gestured for Doris to take one of the distant chairs. "Thank you for coming, Miss Theodoris," Elena said. Her voice was like the room, cool and correct. "We require discretion. We require a resolution." She slid a single sheet of paper across the vast desktop. Doris had to rise to step into that intimidating space to retrieve it. The paper was thick, expensive. The words, printed in a neat, generic font, were not. "Your polished world is a lie. The ivy chokes what it pretends to support. We see the rot beneath. We will make you see it, too." "This is the fourth," Elena said. The others were similar, ominous, poetic, and utterly vague. But then the vandalism started. A laboratory glass beakers filled with black ink. The library's copy of A Vindication of the Rights of Woman had every page concerning education carefully razored out. And yesterday a fire was set in a waste paper basket in the history wing. A small one, but the intent was clear. Doris let the silence stretch, feeling the weight of the unspoken. You have security, the police. The police are clumsy. They frighten the students and annoy the faculty. And security sees nothing. This is internal, a sickness. I have read your work, your psychological profiles of criminal minds. You understand the architecture of malice. I am not hiring a detective. I am hiring a diagnostician. The offer was substantial, the challenge intriguing. Doris, a writer who had stumbled into investigation through a true crime book that became an unexpected success, found herself drawn to these dark, enclosed worlds. They were like intricate novels where the characters were real and the stakes were blood and reputation. She took a room in a quiet hotel a mile from the Lockwood College for Women, a collection of Gothic revival buildings nestled in a New England town that smelled of old money and damp leaves. The next morning, her partner, Bernard, arrived. He was a man who wore his aristocratic upbringing like a well-tailored but slightly threadbare coat. He was brilliant, disconnected, and possessed a mind that saw patterns in chaos like a mathematician sees beauty in a complex equation. "So we ready to root out a blue-stocking terrorist," he said, dropping his suitcase by the door. The room immediately felt smaller, charged with his presence. He was her opposite, her complement. Where she felt her way through emotional landscapes, he mapped the logical terrain. Their partnership was a constant, quiet tension of method and affection. The investigation began in the hushed halls of Lockwood. Doris walked the corridors, her footsteps echoing once more on the worn flagstones. She inhaled the scent of lemon polish and old paper, a smell she had always associated with sanctuary. Here it felt like a mask. She interviewed the academics, a chorus of sharp, wary women. They were concerned, of course, but there was a defensiveness there, a circling of the wagons. The students were a closed book, their youthful faces smooth and impenetrable. They observed her with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. The notes, they whispered, were true. The place was a beautiful cage. The clues, such as they were, had a maddening repetition. The note always folded the same way, a crisp, precise trifold. The footsteps echoing once more in the empty hallways after an incident, always fading before a corner was turned. The specific, almost scholarly nature of the vandalism. It wasn't random destruction, it was a critique. Bernard focused on the physical. He examined the locks, the windows, the schedule of the night watchman. He determined that the perpetrator knew the rhythms of the college intimately. The ink in the beakers was the same permanent archival kind used in the art department. The razor blade used on the book was new, untraceable. The fire was set with a simple match, the kind available in any common room. "This isn't a student prank gone too far," Bernard said one evening, swirling the brandy in his glass. They were in her hotel room, the case files spread between them like a patient-esque chart. "The precision is too great. The malice is too cold. This is a calculated assault on the idea of this place itself." Doris felt it too, a deep, personal resentment. It was in the words of the notes. Your polished world is a lie. It was an accusation leveled by an insider, someone who had believed in the ideal of Lockwood and had found it wanting. Weeks bled into a month. The pressure from Elena intensified. Another note appeared. This one slipped under the door of a young literature professor who taught feminist theory. "You teach freedom with a syllabus. You grade rebellion. Your hypocrisy is a poison. You will be purified." The next night, the professor's office was trashed. Not vandalized with the previous care, but violently overturned. Books torn, papers shredded, a framed diploma smashed. And on the wall, scrawled in the same black ink, one word, liar. The college was now gripped by a genuine, chilling fear. The intellectual game had turned physical. The threat was no longer abstract. Doris felt the case slipping through her fingers. Her long, descriptive walks through the campus now felt menacing. The shadows between the great oak trees seemed to hold a presence. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves was the smell of something beautiful dying. It was Bernard who found the first real break. He had been cross-referencing the timing of every incident with the college's master key log. There was a discrepancy. On the night of the fire, a key assigned to the maintenance staff had been signed out by a Dr. A. Feldman, a visiting professor of philosophy. But Dr. Feldman had been giving a public lecture at the time, witnessed by 200 people. Someone forged the signature, Bernard said, his eyes alight with the thrill of the hunt. Someone with access to the key cabinet and a knowledge of the staff roster. The key cabinet was in Elena's outer office, accessible to her secretary and of course to Elena herself. Doris felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. She thought of the desk, pushed so deliberately back, the performance of control. Was it the control of a guardian or a warden? She began to watch Elena more closely. She saw the iron will it took to maintain that facade of order. She saw the flicker of something else in the woman's eyes when she spoke of the college's reputation, a desperate, possessive love. Could the headmistress be orchestrating this? A false flag operation to root out dissent, to consolidate her power, to be seen as the savior of her beloved institution. It was a monstrous thought, but the pieces, in their perverse way, began to fit. She shared her suspicion with Bernard one rain-swept night. He listened, his face impassive. It's possible, he conceded. The psychology fits. A controlled demolition to prevent a real revolution. But the notes, the language is too raw, too personal for Elena. She is a creature of policy, not poetry. He was right. Doris lay awake, the rhythm of the rain on the window pane a hypnotic counterpoint to her racing thoughts. The notes, we see the rot beneath. Who was we? Was it a royal we, or was there more than one person involved? The next morning, a package arrived for Doris at the hotel. It was a small, flat box wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address. Inside, nestled on a bed of white tissue, was a vintage compact mirror, its silver case tarnished with age. Puzzled, she opened it. The glass inside was cracked, a spiderweb of fractures radiating from the center, and tucked into the hinge was a small, folded piece of paper. "Look closer." It was the same paper, the same trifold. Her blood went cold. This was no longer about the college. This was about her. The investigation had turned, and she was now in its sights. Bernard was furious, his usual composure shattered. "This is a direct threat. We go to the police now." "No," Doris said, her voice surprisingly steady. She was holding the cracked mirror, staring at her own fragmented reflection. "This is the break. They've engaged with me personally. They've made a mistake." She spent the day in a strange, heightened state. The compact mirror was a message. Look closer. At what? At the case, at the people. She walked through the campus again, but now every face seemed to hold a secret. The academics with their guarded eyes, the students with their performative innocence, Elena with her desperate control, Bernard with his sharp, analytical mind that could dissect a crime as easily as he could dissect a heart. And then in the library she saw it, or rather she felt it. She was looking at a display case of rare books, her mind 1,000 miles away, when her own reflection in the glass of the case superimposed itself over a first edition of Wilkie Collins' The Woman in White. For a fleeting second, her face and the title merged. The Woman in White, a story of identity, of a woman wronged and erased. A memory, sharp and painful, pierced through her. An article she had written years ago, a scathing critique of the true crime genre's exploitation of female victims. She had used a pseudonym, a name she had plucked from a novel, Anne Catherick, The Woman in White. She walked back to her hotel, her body moving on autopilot. The world had taken on a crystalline sharpness. The sound of her own footsteps was deafening. The scent of the coming evening, a mix of wood smoke and cold air, was like a drug. She went straight to her room and opened her laptop, her fingers trembling as she typed. She searched her own name, Doris Theodoris, in Lockwood College. Nothing. She searched her pseudonym, Anne Catherick, and there it was. A small, forgotten blog, a comment from 6 weeks ago, just before the first note appeared. The comment was on a post about Lockwood's legacy. It was a vicious, eloquent dismantling of the college, written with an insider's knowledge, and it was signed simply Boston. Boston, the author of the threats. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. She clicked on the commenter's profile. It was a blank, a ghost, but the system listed an IP address. With a few more keystrokes, a skill she had learned from Bernard but had never truly needed until now, she traced it. It registered to a public library, in the town where she had lived when she wrote that article. The room tilted, the pieces, all of them, stopped being parts of an external puzzle and flew towards her, embedding themselves in her own flesh. The repetitive clues, the intimate knowledge, the personal nature of the threat, the compact mirror showing her own cracked reflection. It wasn't Elena, it wasn't a professor or a student. Well, she had done this. Not consciously, not rationally, but in some deep, fractured part of her psyche, the part that had always been at war with itself. The writer who profited from the pain of others, the intellectual who deconstructed motives while ignoring her own, the woman who championed female independence while living a life of observation, never truly participating. She had come to Lockwood, a shrine to female potential, and her own hypocrisy had curdled into a kind of madness. The notes were her own unconscious critiques, her own self-loathing projected onto the institution. The vandalism was her rage against the structures she felt both superior to and trapped by. She had been sleepwalking through her own life, and her shadow self had been wide awake, methodically, poetically, tearing it all down. She had the knowledge from her research. She had the access as an investigator. She had the motive buried so deep she had never dared to look. She stood and walked to the window, looking out at the darkening town. The case was solved. The mystery was laid bare. There was no shock, no dramatic gasp. There was only a vast, silent, terrifying acknowledgement. It was the truth, and it was a room she now had to live in, a room whose proportions she had designed herself and which felt more off, more terribly and irrevocably wrong than any she had ever entered. She did not call Bernard, she did not write a report. She simply stood there, watching the lights come on in the houses below, each one a separate, contained world, and understood that the greatest crime she had ever investigated was the one she had committed against herself. The final, unsettling revelation was not who done it, but that the detective and the culprit had shared the same skin, the same mind, the same fractured heart, all along. The silence in the room was absolute, a physical weight pressing in on her. She could hear the faint, rhythmic thump of her own heart, a stubborn drumbeat in the terrifying quiet. The compact mirror lay on the desk, the cracked glass now looking less like a threat and more like a diagnosis. A final, irrevocable diagnosis. She had to move, the instinct was primal, a need to outrun the truth she now carried. She grabbed her coat, her movements stiff and automatic, and left the hotel room. She walked without direction, her feet carrying her through the quaint, lamplit streets of the town, past shops selling expensive candles and woolen sweaters. The normalcy of it all was a mockery. She felt like a ghost, transparent and insubstantial, moving through a world that was no longer hers to inhabit. Her path led her inevitably back to the Lockwood campus. The iron gates were open. She walked through, the crunch of gravel under her shoes the only sound in the still night. The Gothic buildings loomed against the indigo sky, their pointed arches and leaded windows now seeming not like architecture but like the bones of a great dead creature. This was the polished world she had condemned. This was the lie she had seen, and she was the rot. She found herself standing on the vast, manicured lawn, looking up at the headmistress's office window. It was dark. Elena was probably in her private residence, secure in the belief that an external threat was being contained. Doris felt a hysterical laugh bubble in her throat, a dry, painful sound she swallowed back. How could she possibly explain? How could she walk into that office with its judgmental rug and confess that the sickness she was hired to diagnose was her own? A figure detached itself from the shadows near the library. Bernard. He stood there, hands in his pockets, watching her. He had always had an uncanny ability to find her. He didn't approach, just waited. He was giving her the space to come to him or to run. She walked toward him, her legs feeling like wood. He didn't speak as she drew near. His face in the moonlight was all angles and shadows, but his eyes were soft, taking her in. "It's me," she said. The words were barely a whisper, stripped of all pretense and professional veneer. They were the simplest, most terrible words she had ever spoken. Bernard didn't flinch, he didn't look surprised. He simply nodded, a slow, grave acknowledgement. "I know," he said quietly. The world seemed to tilt again, "You know." I suspected, he corrected. The pattern was too perfect. The perpetrator had an investigator-esque mind, an insider-esque access, and a personal, almost artistic stake. The clues were a trail, but they were also a cry. "I began to see it in your eyes, Doris, the way you looked at this place. It wasn't just a case to you. It was a mirror." Tears she didn't know she had been holding back began to well in her eyes, hot and shameful. "I didn't know. Bernard, I swear, I didn't know I was doing it." "I believe you," he said, and the simple conviction in his voice was the only solid thing left in her collapsing universe. The mind is a labyrinth. You built a wing to hide the parts of yourself you couldn't face, and that wing found a way to speak. "What do I do?" The question was a plea, the voice of a lost child. Bernard was silent for a long moment, looking from her tormented face to the dark, silent college. "We leave," he said finally, "tonight. We write a report for Elena stating that the culprit was a person with deep, untraceable grievances who has left the area and poses no further threat. We take the money, and we go." "That's a lie, it's a cover-up." "It's a prognosis," Bernard said, his tone clinical yet gentle. "The institution will heal. The attacks will stop. Exposing the truth would only cause a different, more sensational kind of damage. It would destroy you and satisfy no one. This is the only resolution that offers any peace. He was right, she knew he was right. There was no justice to be found in a courtroom for a crime her waking self didn't commit. There was only management, containment. They walked back to the hotel together, not touching, but connected by the grim, shared knowledge. She packed her bag with numb fingers. Bernard handled everything else, his efficiency a blessing. He was her partner, her accomplice, her keeper. He was cleaning up a mess that she had made, a mess that was herself. As their car pulled away from the hotel, Doris looked back at the sleeping town and the college on the hill. She had come to Lockwood to find a villain and had found one in the most intimate place possible. She had unraveled a mystery and in doing so had unraveled herself. The case was closed, but the work, the real, painful, internal work, was just beginning. She had to learn to live with the person she now knew she was, the detective and the culprit, finally forced to share the same cramped room, with no more shadows to hide in. The car moved through the darkness, the hum of the engine a monotonous drone that matched the static in her mind. Bernard drove, his profile a study in concentration, giving her the silence she needed to shatter. She stared out the window, but saw only the reflection of her own pale face superimposed over the passing night. The cracked compact was in her coat pocket, a cold, hard weight against her ribs. She had built a life on observation, on standing outside the glass and commenting on the specimens within. Now she was the specimen, pinned and wriggling under her own merciless gaze. Every moment of the investigation replayed itself with a new, horrifying clarity, the ease with which she had moved through the college at odd hours, the blackouts, the lost time she had attributed to stress or fatigue. The way the notes had always appeared just after she had been alone, wrestling with a particularly thorny thought about the college's suffocating perfection. The fire, she said, her voice rough from disuse. In the archives, I was reading about the founding patrons. I remember feeling a wave of contempt for their paternalistic generosity. Bernard kept his eyes on the road. You had a book of matches from the common room in your own pocket. I found them when I was looking for your pen later that day. I thought you'd just picked them up. She closed her eyes. She must have. The simple, devastating mechanics of it all were becoming clear. Her unconscious self was not a phantom. It was a pragmatist. It used what was at hand. What do we tell Elena? She asked, the name tasting like ash. The minimum, Bernard replied. We will say the individual was a former associate of the college, deeply disturbed, who has now fled the country. The evidence, while conclusive to us, is circumstantial and would not hold up in any court. A public pursuit would be messy, costly, and ultimately futile. It is in the college's best interest to consider the matter resolved. It was an elegant lie, constructed with the same logical precision he applied to everything. It would work. Elena would want it to work. The college would get its closure, its narrative restored. The beautiful cage would be polished once more, its bars invisible again. They drove for hours, the landscape flattening into anonymous darkness. Doris didn't sleep. She sat in the passenger seat, the case files a stack of incriminating evidence on the back seat, and dissected her own life. The books she had written, the lectures she had given, had any of it been real? Or was it all just an elaborate performance by a woman desperately trying to convince herself of her own sanity, her own goodness? As the first hint of dawn tinged the horizon gray, Bernard pulled into the driveway of a small, secluded cottage she had never seen before. It was surrounded by pine trees, its windows dark. "Where are we?" she asked. "A place of mine," he said simply. "No one knows about it. We can stay here while we decide what to do next." He unlocked the door and they stepped inside. It was sparsely furnished, clean, and utterly silent. It felt like a safe house, a place for a fugitive to hide. Bernard built a fire in the hearth while Doris stood in the middle of the living room, hugging herself. The truth was settling into her bones, a permanent, chilling resident. She was not cured. The part of her that had done those things was still there, sleeping perhaps, but present. It was a tenant she could not evict. "I can go back," she whispered, watching the flames catch and dance. "I can right again. I can pretend to have any authority on the human psyche." "Then Don T," Bernard said, rising from the fireplace and dusting off his hands. "For now, just be. We will manage this, Doris, together." He said it not as a romantic promise, but as a statement of fact. They were partners in this, bound by a secret more profound than any case they had ever solved. He was not just her colleague, he was her warden, her confessor, the only person on earth who knew the full, monstrous extent of her reality. She walked to the window and looked out at the pine trees, their shapes emerging from the retreating night. The world outside was the same, yet everything was different. She had spent her life searching for the monster in the maze, only to find it waiting for her in the center, wearing her own face. The investigation was over. The long, slow process of living with the verdict had just begun. There were no more clues to find, no more witnesses to interview. There was only the quiet, daily interrogation of the self, a case that would never be closed. The days that followed were a study in stillness. The cottage was a world of its own, insulated by pines and silence. Doris would sit for hours in a worn armchair, watching the light move across the floorboards. She did not read, she did not write, she simply existed, a raw nerve slowly forming a scar. Bernard was a quiet presence, cooking meals, tending the garden, his movements economical and sure. He did not try to fix her, he simply anchored her to the world. One afternoon, a week into their seclusion, she found herself standing before the small, cloudy mirror in the hallway. She forced herself to truly look at her reflection. The face was familiar, yet alien. The eyes that had analytically observed so many crime scenes now held a haunted, knowing depth. This was the face of the culprit. This was the face of the detective. They were, undeniably, the same person. A strange calm settled over her. The war was not over, but a truce had been declared. She could not excise the shadow self, but she could, perhaps, learn to acknowledge it, to understand its grievances, instead of letting them fester in the dark. She found Bernard in the kitchen, chopping vegetables with surgical precision. "I need to understand the why," she said. Her voice was still quiet, but it had lost its brittle edge. "Not just the how. I need to know what part of me felt so cornered." Bernard set down the knife and turned to her, wiping his hands on a towel. "Then we will treat it like any other case," he said. "We will gather the evidence. We will profile the subject, you." So they began, not as investigator and consultant, but as collaborators on the most intimate of cases. Doris talked. She talked about her childhood, her ambitions, the quiet compromises and the loud rebellions. She talked about the article she had written as Anne Catherick, the fury she had felt at the world's indifference to women's stories, a fury she had buried under a layer of intellectual detachment. Bernard listened, occasionally asking a clarifying question, connecting patterns she had never seen. The vandalism, the notes, they were not random acts of madness. They were a violent, desperate critique of the very institutions she publicly navigated with such ease. Lockwood College, a place of female empowerment built on patriarchal money, was the perfect symbol of her own internal conflict. Her conscious self admired the achievement. Her shadow self raged at the hypocrisy. It had acted out that rage. One evening, as they sat by the fire, she said, "I think I was trying to expose myself, to force myself to see what I refused to look at." Bernard nodded. The self-sabotage was a form of communication, a very costly one. It was, she agreed. She looked at her hands resting in her lap. They were the hands that had typed the threats, that had broken the window, that had set the fire. They were also the hands that would have to rebuild something new. "I can't be that person anymore, the detached observer. It's a lie that almost destroyed me." "Then who will you be?" he asked. She met his gaze, and for the first time in weeks she did not look away. "I don't know yet," she said. but I think I have to start by being present. The next morning, she went for a walk alone down the dirt road that led away from the cottage. The air was cold and clean. She did not think about cases or clues or the fractured pieces of her psyche. She simply noticed the way the frost clung to the pine needles, the call of a distant crow, the solid feeling of the earth beneath her feet. She was not observing life from a distance. She was in it, a part of its messy, complicated whole. When she returned, Bernard was on the porch. He handed her a cup of tea. "Elena called," he said. "The college board accepted our final report. The case is officially closed." Doris took the cup, the warmth seeping into her fingers. She felt no triumph, only a profound and weary relief. A door had closed. Another, more daunting one had opened. She looked out at the trees, then back at Bernard. "Thank you," she said, "for not turning me in." "I wasn't protecting you," he said, his voice low and steady. "I was protecting the truth, and the truth was that you were also a victim of the crime." It was the kindest and most terrible thing anyone had ever said to her. She sipped her tea, the bitter steam warming her face. The future was a blank page, and for the first time that did not feel like a threat. It felt like a possibility. She would never write about crime again, but perhaps one day she would write about silence, about scars, about the long road back to oneself. For now, though, it was enough to stand on the porch in the cold morning, drinking tea with the one person who knew all her secrets, and simply breathe. The blank page of the future was not a single daunting expanse. It was a series of small daily choices. She started by washing the teacup, feeling the warm water on her hands, noticing the simple act of cleaning something until it shone. Bernard watched her, a quiet approval in his eyes. He had not asked for her help with the chores, but he did not stop her when she began to participate. It was a silent agreement. She was rejoining the world, one small task at a time. Weeks turned into a month. The initial raw shock had subsided, replaced by a steady, grinding process of reconstruction. She began to keep a journal, but it was not a record of clues or analyses. It was a log of sensations, the weight of a wool blanket, the taste of the stew Bernard made, the sound of rain on the cottage roof. She was relearning how to inhabit her own body, how to be a person who felt things instead of a mind that merely observed them. One day, a large, flat package arrived for Bernard, forwarded from his city address. He opened it at the kitchen table. Inside were blueprints and architectural drawings. He spread them out, the large sheets covered in precise lines and notations. "What is it?" Doris asked, coming to stand beside him. "A new project," he said, his finger tracing the outline of a building. "A private library. The client is demanding, but the design is a challenge." She looked at the complex layout, the interplay of light and space he had sketched in the margins. This was his work, the work she had always respected but never fully understood. Now she saw the order in it, the desire to create structure from chaos. It was his way of making sense of the world, just as her profiling had been hers. "Can you explain it to me?" she asked. He looked at her surprised, then nodded. For the next hour he walked her through the plans, pointing out load-bearing walls, sight lines, the intended flow of movement. She listened, not as an investigator searching for a hidden meaning, but as a student. She asked questions about the purpose of a room, the choice of materials. It was a different kind of puzzle, one with no villain, only problems to be solved through reason and creativity. That evening she found herself looking at her own reflection again. The face was the same, but the eyes were different. They were less haunted, more present. She thought of the library blueprints, the clean, logical lines. Her own mind would never be so orderly. It was a tangled, overgrown garden with dark corners and hidden thorns, but perhaps she could learn to tend it. She could not uproot the poisonous plants, but she could learn their names, understand their properties, and manage their growth. She went to the small desk in the corner of the living room where her blank journal lay. She opened it to a fresh page. She picked up a pen, its weight familiar and strange in her hand. She did not write about the past. She did not try to analyze or diagnose. Instead, she began to describe the blueprints. She wrote about the logic of the design, the way the light would fall in the reading room, the feeling of space Bernard was trying to create. It was clumsy at first, a poor imitation of his technical clarity. But as she wrote, she found her own voice emerging, one that was less about facts and more about feeling, about the human experience of the space. She wrote for an hour, filling 2 pages. When she looked up, Bernard was standing in the doorway, watching her. He didn't ask what she was writing. He simply said, "It's good to see you working again." She closed the journal. "It's not work," she said. "Not the kind I used to do." "I know," he replied. "It's better." She nodded, a slow, sure feeling settling in her chest. The detective was gone. The culprit was being integrated slowly, painstakingly into the whole. What was emerging in their place was still undefined, a work in progress. But for the first time, the process did not feel like a punishment. It felt like a purpose. The greatest mystery had been solved. The long, quiet work of building a life from the pieces was now her only case. The sound of the pen scratching against the paper became a new kind of music in the cottage. It was not the frantic, obsessive scribbling of case notes, but the slower, more deliberate rhythm of exploration. She did not write every day, only when a thought or an observation felt like it needed to be pinned down, not as evidence, but as a marker on a map of her own recovery. Bernard's presence was the steady counterpoint to her uncertain melody. He worked on his library plans, and sometimes she would read her descriptions to him. He would listen, then point to a detail on the blueprint. "You felt that here?" he'd ask, and they would discuss the intersection of design and emotion, of structure and soul. It was a new language they were building between them, one forged in the aftermath of catastrophe. Spring began to hint at its arrival, the snow receding to reveal patches of wet, dark earth. Doris started walking further beyond the dirt road into the woods that surrounded the cottage. She learned the paths, the places where the deer slept, the specific tree where an owl nested. She was no longer just a mind in a body, she was a body in a world. The grounding reality of mud on her boots and the ache in her muscles after a long walk were sensations she welcomed. They were honest. One afternoon, she returned from a walk to find Bernard on the porch, not with blueprints, but with a small, wrapped parcel. He held it out to her. "I was in town getting supplies," he said. She unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a new journal, its cover a deep forest green and a set of high-quality pens. It was a simple gift, but it felt significant. He was not encouraging a return to her old life, but an investment in her new one. "Thank you," she said, her throat tight. "You have a voice, Doris," he said. "It doesn't have to be the one you used before, but it deserves to be heard." That night she opened the new journal. The first page was daunting in its blankness. She thought of the old compact, still tucked away in a drawer, a relic of a fractured past. Then she thought of the owl in the woods, a creature of the shadows that was nonetheless a vital part of the whole ecosystem. She put the pen to the paper and began to write, not about a crime, but about a transformation. She wrote about the weight of a secret and the strange freedom that came from no longer running from it. She wrote about the architecture of a new self, built not on the ruins of the old, but with a clear-eyed acknowledgement of its foundations. She wrote until her hand cramped, and when she finally looked up, the fire had burned low. Bernard was asleep in his chair, a book open on his lap. The cottage was quiet, but the silence was no longer empty. It was full. It held the memory of their shared ordeal, the quiet work of their days, and the tentative hope of their future. The case was not just closed, it was integrated. The story was over, and another one, slower and more nuanced, had begun. She closed the journal, the green cover cool beneath her fingers, and knew that tomorrow she would walk back into the woods, not to escape, but to simply be a part of the world she was learning to call home again. The town was a 20-minute drive away, a small cluster of buildings clinging to the side of a mountain. They went together for the first time in weeks, Doris feeling strangely exposed in the bright, mundane light of a grocery store. She watched people move through the aisles, their lives seemingly simple, their histories unburdened by the kind of truth she carried. No one looked at her twice. She was just another woman considering a loaf of bread. The ordinary anonymity of it was a revelation. Bernard began taking more frequent trips, meeting with his client, sourcing materials for the library project. Doris stayed behind, at first out of caution, then out of a growing desire for solitude. She found she enjoyed the empty cottage, the responsibility of keeping the fire going, of deciding what to make for dinner. It was a life of small, manageable domains. One such afternoon she was in the garden, pulling the first stubborn weeds of the season from the cold soil, when a car she didn't recognize came up the driveway. Her heart seized, a cold jolt of the old fear. She stood up, her hands covered in dirt, ready to retreat inside. A woman got out, middle-aged and dressed in practical, expensive clothing. She looked around, a little lost, then saw Doris. "Hello, I am looking for Bernard Stiles. I was given this address. I am Alina Vance, his client." Doris wiped her hands on her trousers, her mind racing. This was the demanding client from the blueprints. She forced a calm she didn't feel. "Yes, not here at the moment. Yes, in town, at the lumberyard, I believe." Alina Vance looked disappointed, then her gaze swept over Doris, the garden, the simple cottage. "I see, and you are." The question hung in the air. Who was she? The colleague, the friend, the patient, the fugitive? "I am Doris," she said, the name feeling both insufficient and profoundly weighted. "I am assisting him." Alina's eyes, sharp and assessing, softened slightly. "The librarian," she said, a small smile touching her lips. "Bernard mentioned you. He said you had a remarkable feel for the emotional flow of a space." Doris felt a strange warmth spread through her chest. He had talked about her, not as a problem to be managed, but as a collaborator. "It is a fascinating project," she managed to say. "It is," Alina agreed. She looked back at her car, then at the cottage again. "Well, since I've driven all this way, would you mind if I waited? Perhaps you could show me some of your notes. Bernard says your perspective is quite unique." Doris looked down at her dirty hands, at the simple, earthy reality of the garden. She was not a celebrated author anymore. She was not a disgraced criminal. She was a woman in a garden being asked for her opinion on a library. It was a new kind of identity, fragile and tentative, but real. "Of course," Doris said, her voice steadier now. "Would you like to come inside? I'll put on some tea." She led the way to the door, not looking back, stepping over the threshold into a world that was, for the first time in a very long time, her own. The tea was steeping, its earthy scent filling the small kitchen, when Alina Vance spoke again. "Bernard told me you were recovering from a difficult time," she said, her tone not prying but matter of fact. "He said your insights come from a place of having to rebuild. I find that invaluable." Doris placed 2 cups on the table, her movements slow and deliberate. So this was the story Bernard had woven for the outside world. It was not a lie, but a careful refraction of the truth, one that allowed her to exist without explanation. "It gives one a different perspective on structure," Doris agreed, finding the words as she said them. "On what makes a space feel safe or inspiring or confining." She brought her journal to the table and opened it to the pages about the library. Alina leaned forward, her sharp eyes scanning the handwritten words, not the technical diagrams, but the descriptions of how a person might feel walking from the stark light of an atrium into the soft gloom of a reading nook. "Yes," Alina murmured, tapping a finger on a passage. This is what the other architects don't understand. A library isn't just a container for books, it's a vessel for thought. The space itself must guide the mind." For an hour they talked. Doris, who had spent a lifetime interrogating motives and deconstructing lies, found herself discussing the motive of light through a window and the truth of textured stone. Alina was a demanding audience, questioning every assumption, but her intensity was focused on the work, not on Doris's past. It was, Doris realized, the first real conversation she'd had with a stranger since her world had collapsed. She was not performing a role. She was simply sharing an observation. The sound of Bernard's truck on the gravel was a quiet interruption. He came in, his expression neutral as he took in the scene, but Doris saw the slight, almost imperceptible relaxation in his shoulders when he saw her composed, talking calmly with his client. "Eliner," he said, "I wasn't expecting you." "I was impatient," she replied, closing the journal with a respectful finality. "And your librarian was enlightening." She stood, gathering her coat. "I'll leave you to it, but I want her to see the site when the foundation is laid." After she left, the cottage seemed to settle back into its familiar silence. Bernard put the groceries away. "I'm sorry," he said finally. "I should have warned you." "You didn't need to," Doris said. She was looking out the window, watching Eliner's car disappear down the road. It was good. And she meant it. The encounter had been a test, and she had not broken. She had not been the detective or the culprit. She had been the librarian. It was a title, a possibility, as thin and new as the first green shoots in the garden, but it was hers. She turned from the window and began to put the teacups in the sink, the warm water washing away the last of the garden's dirt and the last of her old fear. The next morning, Doris woke with a new sense of purpose. The visit from Eliner Vance had not been an intrusion but an invitation, a thread connecting her secluded world to the larger one outside. She found herself thinking not just about the feel of the library, but about its users. Who were they? What kind of solace or inspiration were they seeking within those walls? She mentioned this to Bernard over breakfast. He listened, chewing his toast thoughtfully. "That's the next phase," he said. "Understanding the people, the blueprints are just the bones." So they began a new kind of collaboration. He would drive into the nearby town and she would go with him, no longer just a passenger hiding in the truck, but an observer with a mission. They visited the small local library, a cramped and dusty room in the town hall basement. Doris didn't look at the books. She watched the people. She saw the elderly man who came every day for the newspapers, how he claimed the same worn armchair in the corner. She saw the teenagers who huddled around a single computer, their whispers creating a bubble of shared urgency. She saw a young mother trying to read a picture book to her toddler while keeping her voice low. She took notes in her green journal, not on crime, but on humanity. She wrote about the need for both community and solitude, for bright, open spaces and for hidden, sheltered ones. Bernard would collect his lumber and supplies, and then they would compare notes in the truck on the way home, the cab of the vehicle becoming a mobile workshop of ideas. One evening, he redrew a section of the plans, widening a corridor, adding a series of small, windowed alcoves off the main reading room. "For the people who want to be near the heart of things but still have a place to retreat," he said, pointing to the new sketches. Doris looked at the alterations and felt a quiet thrill. Her observations had directly influenced the structure. It was a small thing, but it was a form of creation, not dissection. She was helping to build something, not just tear a case apart until its ugly secrets were revealed. The seasons turned decisively toward spring. The garden began to flourish under her care, no longer just a chore but a parallel project to the library. She learned the patience of growth, the satisfaction of nurturing something from seed. She and Bernard fell into a rhythm that was as comfortable as it was unspoken. Their life together was no longer defined by the crisis that had thrown them together, but by the daily, quiet work of moving forward. The past was not forgotten, but its weight had lessened, distributed across the countless small tasks and shared silences of the present. The future was no longer a blank page, but a story they were writing, one day, one line at a time. The day they broke ground on the library site was cool and bright. Doris stood beside Bernard in a leaner Vance, watching the first excavator bite into the earth. The raw, gaping hole was a stark contrast to the clean lines of the final blueprint, but Doris understood now that this was where every project began, in disruption, in a mess that had to be carefully, intentionally shaped into order. Eliner handed her a hard hat. "For the librarian," she said, her smile genuine. Doris put it on. The weight felt foreign, but right. She walked to the edge of the excavation, the crumbled earth smelling of damp clay and stone. This was the foundation, not just for the library, but for her. She was not standing on the sidelines anymore. She was part of the process. She looked over at Bernard, who was deep in conversation with the site foreman, and she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that she was finally home. Not just in the cottage or in the woods, but here in this messy, ongoing, collaborative act of building. The case was closed. The life was open. A week after the groundbreaking, a thick envelope arrived for Bernard. Inside were not more architectural notes, but a contract from Alina Vance, a formal offer of employment for Doris, titled as a human factors consultant for the library project. The pay was modest but fair, the terms clear. It was a real job with real responsibilities. Bernard slid it across the table to her. Doris read it slowly, the legal language both intimidating and affirming. Her hands were clean, no longer stained with ink from frantic writing or dirt from the garden, but she felt the phantom sensation of both. This paper was a bridge between those two worlds. "I don't know if I can do this," she said, her voice quiet. "You already are," Bernard replied. "She's just making it official." She signed the document with her own pen, the one he had given her. The signature was not the flamboyant loop of her author days, nor the cramped, anxious script of her recovery. It was simple, clear, and steady. With the contract came a new layer of involvement. She attended meetings with Bernard and Alina, sitting at a conference table in a sleek office that felt a universe away from the cottage. She learned to articulate her observations, to translate the feelings in her journal into practical suggestions for shelf height, lighting, temperature, and acoustics. The other professionals in the room, initially skeptical of the quiet woman with the non-technical title, began to listen. She had a way of cutting to the heart of a user's need, a skill honed by a lifetime of listening for the subtext in every statement. One evening, after a particularly long day, she and Bernard drove back to the cottage in a comfortable silence. As the dark shapes of the trees swallowed the car's headlights, he spoke. "You were magnificent in there today. You reminded them what it's all for." She looked out at the passing darkness, no longer a thing to be feared, but a familiar blanket. "It's just another form of listening," she said, "another form of paying attention." The library walls began to rise, a skeleton of steel and wood against the sky. Doris would walk the site, her hard hat now a familiar accessory, feeling the space transform from a concept on paper to a physical reality. She could stand in the framed-out reading room and feel the sun on her face exactly as she had imagined it months ago at her desk. The blueprint and the building were converging, and she was a point of connection between them. She realized she was no longer tending the garden of her mind as a defensive act. She was cultivating it to produce something, to offer a harvest of insight and understanding. The dark corners and hidden thorns were still there, but they were part of the landscape, not its rulers. She had learned their names, and in doing so had reclaimed her own. She was Doris. She was the librarian. She was home.